Session. We're going to just have a quick discussion tonight about infill development. This has come up a lot. Infill development is I hope that it's a good part of our future growth in Payson. So maybe just a few things that we want to have discussion topics about tonight. Why should we encourage infill development? What types of infill development is desirable, are desirable? Where is infill development appropriate? So I'm going to just be asking you all questions kind of as we go through this, just to get your thoughts, to get your direction. One thing that we, development services is often the kind of the intermediary, right? We have applicants that come and ask us questions, and we try to give them as much service and as much customer service as possible to say, well, we think this is going to be good. But then we're also your staff, and we want to make sure that we're bringing you the recommendations that you feel comfortable with. And these work sessions are a way for us to make sure we're all on the same page. So if you look on the screen right now, this encourage infill blurb actually comes directly from our general plan. And basically, the reason why our general plan is encouraging infill is it says that it revitalizes neighborhoods and corridors by locating new employment and housing in existing areas and filling gaps in a streetscape. So when we talk about infill development, that's really what it is. We're taking the existing grid that we have and filling in the gaps and making it more usable. Go to the next one. Actually, I want to escape out of this one and show you an example of what I'm talking about. In this one. So up on the screen, you can see kind of a traditional part of our city. This is 5th East, and this is 400 North. So kind of over in that area of our city. I chose this shot because it was a good example of some infill that has happened and maybe some areas that have a potential for infill. So you can see over here, if you follow along with my cursor, and also in this block, they've split the block and they've allowed these additional dwellings to be developed inside what is traditionally a larger lot block area. Oh, thanks. Perfect. This might help a little bit too. And then you have this block right here. And you can see all of this space through here. And it's just a good comparison of what this could be. So my question is, why do you think we would want to encourage development or infill development in this area? Councilmember Postcard. Anything you want to say? Why?
Services are already there. So we don't have that overburden existing facilities, and then there's capacity in the line. Unless the developer has to upsize the capacity to get where it needs to go. So what point in time do we break that straw? On infill, I don't think on infill we're going to do too much in as long as we don't do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
all I'm doing is playing the devil's advocate.
You go ahead and play the devil.
Not the advocate.
no, I think these are really good. I think these are really good questions, and this is kind of the discussion that we were looking for tonight, because Councilmember Postcard is correct. The traditional accepted kind of theory is you already have existing utilities that are already connected to an existing system, and there's space in here that could accommodate additional density and dwellings, right? If you went and put, 95 units in there, that's infill, but it might not be at the scale of what our existing capacity could handle, right? Mayor.
Maybe
Yeah.
Well, the other point is too, with regards to infill, there's a lot of places that are just for weed patches, and there's from the aesthetic value, that, and also fire value from, for the existing neighbors and their control that, and so that it wouldn't be an issue. Every year we send out a lot of notices that Chief Spencer would concur that there's a lot of places where infill would work that are just weed patches, and we are constantly sending out letters to take these up, but they never seem to get.
And I think that's a really good point to consider as well. Councilman. Yes.
You realize which neighborhood is right?
Is it yours?
Okay, so a couple of this is where I start to have issues with it. This lot right here. Is this better? So if we're talking about infill, and I understand the need for infill, okay, within the last 15 years, I purchased this home right here. Okay, so this is my house. So when you start talking infill, all of these houses have been built in the last 15 years. All of these houses have been constructed in the last 15. These as well. Okay, there's one currently being built here, 3 currently being built here. There's 2 that were added here. There's a duplex right here. These guys have slated that they want to do high density housing, which will never happen when we're done with this conversation. It just doesn't work. Okay, some of the things that I think we need to look at overall is what keeps the small town feel, right? Which is fine. This one right here, I'm still bothered with. I'd love to go back to this and look at, even if we have to take it by eminent domain, take this access off of here. This lot right here actually is a flag lot that the sidewalk, the driveway comes out this direction. To me, this makes no sense. They're going to put the back half of the house facing a cul-de-sac and run this out this direction. That's not proper infill to me. We've all approved this. It came to us. There was no other options. This piece of property right here is part of the, what do you call it? Self-help homes. So they've got specialized financing, which is really difficult to alter at all, but I don't see why we couldn't. That's accessible. It's 8 feet to the front of that property. This is the kind of infill stuff that's driving me crazy. That's a pet peeve for me, is that we come in here and we don't fight as a city to make something like this better. Does anybody know where I'm talking right here?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, and these are nice new homes. They have revitalized. It's giving us our curb gutter and sidewalk. These 3 developments right here are up for city council discussion tonight as an RMO1 overlay to put a twin home right here. Talking to the guy, this is actually owned by Brad Downey. I talked to him today, less than a half an hour ago. They figure that
we should probably save that discussion for when it comes on.
right. Okay.
As an item.
As an item. But so we need to discuss, is that what we want? Do we want to fill this small town fill clear full of twin homes?
Well, and I think
And that's the issue that I'm.
yeah, I think that's where we want to get going to as well.
So
Councilmember Christensen, are you saying that you're concerned about infill with the idea of filling in these lots, or the type of product that might be coming?
the type of product is more where I'm concerned. I mean, this was 13 units of townhomes, duplexes, whatever they were. I don't remember exactly what they are right
I
here.
actually have some examples of that one.
So, and it looks better than the old weed filled. I'm kind of torn, but I do like the small town fill. You drive down through here, these big lots are kind of a hard commodity. This one right here, I currently bought this 5/8 of an acre right here. So I own this as a flag lot with the intent one day, maybe my kids will build inside of that. And that's what I'm saying, but we need to come to a consensus that what are we after? Are we okay with as many houses as possible in there? Or do we want to stick to the zoning of an R19, which says this has to have 90 feet in the front and keep that? Do we want to go to the, Bob was talking about one that they did an RMO overlay for him and he's got a 4-plex next to him. And it's just, that's the conversation I want to have, is just to make sure we're in the right spot.
I think it's not necessary, and to keep the small town feel, it's a feel that we all want to have, but I don't think it has as much to do with infill per se. I think you hit it, is what type of infill that we do. You know, if it's
Right.
not high density, then that's not the small town feel, but just adding X amount of homes, as long as it's not too excessive, it doesn't, I think it enhances the small town feel, because sometimes what we mistake for small town feel is the weed patches.
That's true.
Yeah, and I don't love the weed patches. I'm a proponent of the curb, gutter and sidewalk, and I don't mind the infill. And I sold a piece of my own property for an infill. I can't say, no, let's stop it. I worry that somebody's finding these bigger pieces of property that everybody in town is crying for. Hey, we need bigger property. We want bigger houses in town. And anytime these bigger pieces come up, they get gobbled up and split in half and made small. And that's my concern.
Okay. Yes.
I have a neighbor that is through. Excuse me. I have a neighbor that's through the block from me
Mhm.
and over a lot. And he wanted to put a house back. I don't want a house in my backyard. I didn't think we okayed infill.
Flag lots currently,
Flag
I think,
lots.
have a moratorium on it.
Yes.
To some degree, but they can still be legally built.
Well, I don't like them.
I don't think moratorium is the right word, is it?
Yeah. I think there's a
That's
The
not a legal,
ordinance
legal term.
discourages it.
I know, but it's not.
Not a good one.
It's not the greatest thing.
Approved by the city council. I don't think
Yeah.
that is where we were.
So let's talk for a minute about because we're talking about infill in a specific dynamic and basically single family and two family dwellings. And so let's talk for a minute, maybe on where those can be currently applied in our city, and then have a larger discussion. So this is the code right now. When you look at our single family areas, single family detached dwellings can be in all of these zones, R120 through R275. And then two family dwellings, which we consider twin homes or duplexes, right? Two families, one structure. Those can be in R19, R175, and R275. But then you'll notice in the list, it says if approved as an RMO1 overlay. So essentially they have to have a zone change in order to allow that type of development. That's why you see every one of them so far, right? So where can that occur? This is a zoning map, and we obviously have more area of our city, but I wanted to bring this one up because it shows kind of that core area of Payson. You can see R175 up in the right-hand corner at the top. The yellow part is R275. This one down here is R19, this kind of tannish color, both in there. But this is R110 as we head farther east. And we don't allow the RMO overlay in that zone currently. So that's where, flag lots probably come into play in those areas. But this core area of R175, R19, R275, that's kind of where we're having our discussion about tonight.
Give us a reference. What are those
Yeah, where are
buildings
we
in the
at?
green?
This is Highway 198 right through here.
Right through where?
That red in the
I-15 is right
275, we're in the
Oh.
275, that's the freeway.
This is us. Right?
Yeah.
So where's like Fifth West?
Fifth West, about right. One
there,
more.
Straight up.
And right
Yep,
here,
right there.
This is Fifth West and Second South.
So that allows to put more. I mean, you guys have all been down there by the junior high.
Mhm.
It's like you come up 3 blocks and they've all got an acre or more, and you look back there and you're just like, wow.
So
Now young people getting them, and it's just, that's a lower income part of town. So to me, if you had infill lots with nice homes, I think you're gonna, I don't know. I look at those great big huge lots and I'm just like, they don't use them. Just like you said, the weed patches, or they have a little garden and then the weed patch.
That's
So they
right.
do have their garden. You can see like where you could go right through it
If,
and have a home back there.
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, and Linda, I'm not stepping on your toes here. I see 4 or 5 different flag lot homes going up right now.
I didn't think we allowed them.
Well, they're going up.
They're specifically.
Jill,
Mhm.
and that's all, just discouraged.
It's still a legislative process. They still have to go through the overlay process and get a recommendation from the planning commission, a decision from the city council. So you can look at it case by case to see. But we have some guidelines in there. If there's a better use of the inner block, like Robert had mentioned, we don't want to see a flag lot of one home that would prevent the inner block of being maximized from a holistic standpoint. Because once you start doing one flag lot, then the next person wants to do a flag, and then all of a sudden you have these homes in the backyards of other homes instead of using a different infill tool that would maximize the use of more property. So they're discouraged and they're not, but again, it's a legislative decision, but they still would be allowed if they went through that process.
Would it be safe to say that they have their place
Well, I think
in
it's a-
land use?
in land use, we all want a toolbox, right?
Mhm, right.
And maybe flag lots are like the tool in your toolbox that you don't see very often, but it's there and has a specific purpose. And that's when it should be used, is for that specific purpose, rather than trying to make it be a hammer that you might use more often or something like
Right.
that. If that
Does
makes
the,
sense.
of the 4 or 5 that I see going up right now, particularly over here on the west side,
They're on the
Yeah.
400 west.
they're nice homes.
Mhm.
They're not no low income. They're not no cracker box. They're nicer homes. I think they have their place. Definitely have their place as far as I'm concerned. If you have a long, narrow piece of property that nothing else can happen to, it's an arsenal in your toolbox
Mhm.
that could be an option.
Well, there's
Leave it
one
at
of,
that.
one of those that's going up around 400 North. We had a continued problem as a police officer and animal use, that people wanted to put a horse there, and it was right in the middle of the block, and that no longer becomes a problem because there's a flag lot that they're building a house right next to another flag lot, which had a separate entrance to it.
I think that's good.
Do neighbors have a say?
In the
In the R1
opportunity to come to a public hearing, yes.
I've seen city workers up to this piece of property.
Say what?
We've seen city workers up to this piece of property.
Yeah, and I'm-
What does
That's
that
why
mean? What does that mean?
Well, because he wants to build a house, right, clear back from his house.
Okay.
And when
So
I
the
go
city's
out
been
my
up
back
looking at it
door,
to
there's
See
the
if it's
house.
feasible. I don't know.
I don't.
there might
I
be
don't
some
know what
utility
that
issues
trip would
and
be.
things
I
like
don't know
that
why
that they're
they're-
checking out. So,
Okay.
I mean.
I
Linda,
don't
we can-
like them
We can talk about like a specific one.
unless
later.
they've got lots of room.
But that leads me to my next question of when does infill become appropriate? And I say this because if you come back to the zoning map, this R275 zone really interests me a lot. Traditionally, when you see R2,
Multiple
that
housing.
generally means that it's a 2-family dwelling is a permitted use by right. Like you don't have to go through council to get approval, or you don't have to go through a zone change process to do that. And so my question is in Payson, this R2.75 zone, we still have to go through the same process as if it was R175, right? I'm not advocating one way or another here. I'm just asking, is that the process that you want to continue to go through? Because we talked about this as staff. And one way that Infill makes a lot of sense is when it's connected to transit opportunities. one thing that makes infill development make sense is when you have opportunities to get people where they need to go and not have to rely so much on a vehicle. Jacob helped me with this. He did a great job. These are all the bus stops in Payson. And the circles that you see along Highway 198, this is 1,000-foot radius. So roughly a little less than a quarter of a mile, kind of thing. And when you, I'm sorry, I don't have our zoning map overlaid, but there are a lot of those areas that you can kind of keep that image in your mind, and then I'm gonna go like that. And all of those circles are along here, right? The bus route. And so you think about where that circle goes up into here, and does it make sense to make infill development easier, frankly, in those circle areas? What are your thoughts?
Absolutely.
Based on the transportation issue you just talked about.
$5 gas.
And $5
Well, and
gas.
I think just back to Brett's argument, if you keep it in that transit area, that transit zone area, that keeps more of the hometown feel. Because you're keeping it in the corridor of what could become a traffic nightmare.
Could be. Did you not drive here today?
Oh, I definitely did.
Yeah, it is.
If I'm not mistaken, Jill, that plat, the way it is right there, has been that way since late 80s. The R275 particularly. That hasn't changed very much, has it? In the 80s and 90s, and even up till a few years ago, when the RMO, you could just come down to the city with a set of duplex plans and pull a permit
Mhm.
in that R275 zone. As long as you met the frontages and everything else, you could just pull a permit. And then somewhere along the line, the RMO got put in place, which made it just a little bit more legislative and a little bit more cumbersome. I like the idea that we're in a transit type bubble, if you will.
So maybe the thing that we could explore a little bit more is we have this table that tells us what's permitted in there. And maybe we could add another row or so that says, if you're within 1,000 feet of a bus stop, then maybe you don't need to go through all of that rigorous stuff in order to get that. But
I'm totally fine with infill. It's the duplexes and triplexes and all those kind of things that seem to be popping up more and more. That's where my concern is. I like the single family homes.
Just keep them right by where the buses are at.
Well, we have our nodes. We have 3 nodes.
Mhm.
We're building great big tall buildings. I drove through Santa Quin today, and you see they've just got row after row out in everywhere. That's all they build is townhomes. And I just think that we kind of need to be pushing more towards that if they're not in those nodes, they're single family homes.
that's really good to hear, because that's the direction that we've been giving people.
And that's kind of,
Because we get that question all the time, like, where can we build townhouses, or where can we build stacked flats and stuff like that? And that is exactly what we have told people, is that we have kind of these nodal areas that make sense based on a variety of issue or of reasons, access to transportation, access to services, availability of infrastructure, those types of things. We planned for it to
we
be
need to
that way.
clarify the potential for those things, because right now 8 South doesn't have a ton of that. The Red Bridge out by the hospital doesn't have those accesses, but you got to put the cart before the horse in these situations. But
Yeah, it's if you
well, I
build it,
understand
they'll
what you're
come.
saying, but
Yeah.
We will be discussing something a little later in the training. The legislature is now imposed on
Yep.
BRT stations, bus rapid transit, and front runner and tracks stations. There now has to be a plan for the immediate area, which is not a half mile in most circumstances. Tracks train stations, but so you have to now change
Transit overlay kind of things.
basically.
And there's a committee that goes with that, many of the mayors have been asked to be on, which I have.
Yeah, we are not subject to it yet. We will be down the road whenever we get from the station. but we'll be subject to it.
Any other questions for me so far?
I'm intrigued. Keep going.
Okay. I haven't put you to sleep yet, but I'll still try. So at this point, I just want to come back to here. I want to spend a little bit more time. We've talked about it a little bit, but what type of infill development is desirable? The way that our ordinance is written, when we talk about infill development, essentially we're talking about additional single-family dwellings and two-family dwellings. We get several requests and inquiries about putting twin homes in single-family neighborhoods. And my question to you is, are you okay with that?
No.
It
Okay,
depends.
two women said no.
Wait a minute, it depends. If we made them specifically ownership homes,
A twin home.
yep,
They're not rented.
that's right.
That's.
A twin home can be
The thing
rented.
is they rent them.
They can't, any home can be rented.
Yeah.
That's
And
right.
I think that's where we come back to needing to finish the good landlord program that we've talked about, and it just kind of.
If it's done right, Robert, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
At my age, I don't know where the rest of you guys are, but at my age, my wife and I are looking at somewhere to build a twin home. We'll live in one side of it and sell the other side. Not rent it, we'll sell it.
And that is a huge market.
It is a big market for
That's happening.
people, well, unfortunately, my age.
When you get right down to it, it's the
Don't
equivalent
want
of
a big
two,
lot no more.
yeah, it's the equivalent of two houses. I mean, it's two single family houses that are basically connected.
They're sharing a wall.
It's so, yeah,
Generally
so
garage.
it's,
That's all they're doing is. sharing
yeah,
a home.
that, so it's basically two single family.
But
Tax
it's,
ID numbers, it's two completely different entities.
If-
but it's
if we
also
could do
something
what
that-
Brett's saying with the good landlord,
Mhm.
Actually,
Policy.
the landlord policy will not prevent them from creating those.
No,
That will just simply make it so that they get incentives or incentivized to keep their properties cleaned up. That's it.
that's all we can do. I mean, that's really where we are.
I mean, you can't legislate everything, but
That's
you
right.
can legislate. If you're gonna build here, you're gonna keep your yard looking nice.
okay. So, Councilmember Hyatt and Councilmember Carter, you said no right off the bat.
I think it's just because I've seen too many townhomes that they bought and then they move out and then they just rent them.
So there's a concern there of like,
Ownership.
transient ownership.
But
things like
those
that.
are,
Okay.
that's a different issue than twin homes, right? I mean, it's,
Well,
again, it's
but
just two homes that happen to be
It's
connected
two
by
homes
single.
together, but it's something that they buy in there and then, oh, now I can afford a home. I think I'll just rent this, which is what they do. So then you have an owner here and a renter here. And of course, the owner's not gonna like the renters probably. That's mean to say, but they want them to own it.
Okay.
But you've got to remember too, last year legislature said they created something called an IADU, which is an accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah.
And they basically said that anybody in most zones, I think it was 5,000 square feet and above,
Mhm.
could do it without the city even saying yes or no. The city only gets to put a couple of conditions.
Well, I think that law states that they have to reside. The
Yeah.
owner has to reside
Has
in
to be
that, so they
owner-occupied.
can't make a duplex and rent out both sides of it. And that's a
But
big
someday
difference.
down the road, and this goes back to this argument that the legislature gets every year about moderate income housing. This state has a housing problem, and it's not what everybody claims it is, because there's plenty of high density going in. It's these rents and these ownerships that are going skyrocketing up, and nobody can afford them. So that's really the biggest issue. But yeah, every year the legislature thinks that it's our problem, the city's problem, to fix that. And so they're encouraging high density all over the place. And they're telling us that they're gonna force it down our throats. This year, they've already started to do that. Next year, it probably will get a lot worse. I will say Payson does a pretty good job with moderate income housing. But there are a few cities in our neighbor cities that do not.
They rely on us.
They rely on us.
Means
Frankly.
transport.
Salem too. Salem's probably worse than Spanish Fork.
Yeah, they are.
But it's coming, and that's the problem, is the more and more we continue down this road of, we're not gonna allow it. I like the idea of putting it in these areas of transit and that kind of stuff. That's the requirement as of now, that is the requirement. So we should be focusing on at least what the legislature's telling us we have to do.
Well, and I know that, but isn't our 8 South, like, that's a lot of homes for what they're telling us we have to do. We have out there the 55 plus, and then right behind them, you have more apartments, have the apartments out there. Jill, you know how many? Are we ahead of the game?
As far as formal. It just depends on what you consider affordable.
Well, nothing's affordable.
It's a
let's put it
sliding
that way.
scale.
Let's put it this way,
Very much.
on,
I think the mandate of the city, yes, as far as being 80% median income, the challenge is there's been a lot of focus on the 80%. And there are needs at all percentage, those that are at 60% or 30% or are at poverty level. And so again, I think we put a lot of emphasis just on the one segment of the population, because that's what we're hearing from the state. But I think that there's always room to improve in our community for providing a mixture of housing for all income levels.
but don't you feel like everything that we're allowing, I mean, the rents are $1,500. So it's like everything that's coming in, we're not getting any of the lower rents like they have up there, you know, by the post office or anything like that. We are getting the high rents.
And most of the ones that we're approving, even the apartments, they're market rate.
Yeah.
They're not coming in and they're not doing any type of deed restricted
And
affordable housing.
we'll talk a little bit more about that in my presentation, but the state's gonna change that so that they're encouraging more deed restrictions and things like that in order to get incentives and things like that. So that you may see more of that coming. Right now, it's not.
But it needs to be statewide, not just this city, this city, this city.
No, and that's what the state's done, the legislature. did
That's
that.
what they're trying to do. Yeah. This has been a really good discussion. I want to kind of ask this last question. Well, we talked about where it's appropriate, but I want to get your input on what you like to see in this development. So I'm going to give you 3 examples of infill developments that are already within our city. And I just want your honest thoughts on them. This is Petite Neat Cove. This is over where Councilmember Christensen was talking about. This is a mix of twin homes and single-family standalone homes. This is kind of the type that they're building. Thoughts? And we actually had a request to have this one, 9 and 10 and 10 and 11. Their market actually supported them splitting those into single family. But thoughts on
Still
this?
leaving 4 houses there, just single family?
Yes, so same number and within that same footprint area, it basically just creating space in between.
So they're saying that the twin home idea is not as conducive.
So, well, in this particular development, remember context.
Context, right?
In this particular development, they felt that the demand was such that they could support splitting those into standalone single family homes. I don't think that there was a significant price difference in doing that. It's just the idea.
So they did their homework.
They did a lot of homework on it.
They've spent a lot of time building it too. They've been under construction for 3 or 4 years.
700.
And these are substantially sized homes.
They are.
I mean, and there's really not a lot of difference. If you look at the site plan up here, in size, you could put these together and they're the same size of dwelling, right? This one just happens in this plan to be attached along one side, whereas
Well,
this
this
one is separated on one side, but the size of the dwelling is the same.
same, and it's probably even the same size lot. They probably just squish 7 and 8 a little closer and 9 a little bit the one direction. And
Precisely.
but that's what we're trying to say is that it's kind of a different feel. Yeah, they're a little bit of a cookie cutter look. They're on small lots, but we're pushing more towards those single family homes and needing to fill this area in. This is a tough area because it's like, well, let's put twin homes where twin homes are. There's a lot of twin homes in that area you pulled up. And it's just kind of where do we want to draw the line and how much do we really want in there?
And I think that's what we want from you, is to say,
There's
help
a-
us out.
But on the business side of this, on the cities look at it, there's got to be a balance. I get that. There's a fine line here, but this don't cost the city nothing. Our power is all there. I mean, if we have to set another transformer, it's at the builder's expense. The roads are there. The garbage truck don't have to go 1.5 miles out to collect garbage for it.
Well, these become a congestion problem for fire trucks and garbage trucks. That's, these are tight enough now that
Do the
Those are an
garbage
issue.
truck go, does the garbage truck go in there? If they do, shame on them.
I don't know what they do. I thought there was a
I
dumpster
thought the
complex in
direction
there
was
with an
that we
HOA.
stay
kind
out
of
on
thing.
public streets.
Well, that comes back to no private streets. That's the other issue we've had.
Well,
I think they have to take their can to the public street.
Yeah,
right.
so they're pulling these out there.
The balance is, for the city, it's a win. It's a win financially.
Because
The
to expand on that,
compatibility is up to a legislative and a planning and zoning branch to make sure it's going to fit. And I think it needs to be on a case-by-case basis. How do we make that a case-by-case basis without being judicially arbitrary, Jason? Yeah, I know.
Well, I like
that's
the
a real
fact that it's
thing.
one
It
more
is a real
step.
thing.
Somebody walks in and goes, you mean it's going to take me 3 extra months to get this split into twin home lot? That I'm just going to build one and take my money and run.
yeah, because
And
this-
that's kind of the way I like the idea is it comes back to us. I mean, they're everywhere. I mean, we did some in Jill's neighborhood and some in my neighborhood. It's just, we're trying to represent the people that are here, but at the same time, they need housing.
Keep in mind too, most of the national retailers have told the mayor, told Brian, same thing. And oftentimes it has to do with the house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or the number of people that live in your city.
Doors.
Yep.
As long as that continues to grow one way or another. As it grows, then we have a better opportunity to get a bigger retailer in. We struggle a little bit because our population didn't go up very far in the last census. It's not a downside, it still keeps that small town feel, right? But at some point, if you want that retail to come, you may have to grow somewhat.
We can still grow and keep, there's other ways to keep that small town feel, is I guess what I'm saying.
make sure that people are connected.
Exactly. It doesn't always have to be just housing that keeps the small town feel.
I would,
That right there keeps a small town feel to me.
Hmm.
It truly does.
I also remember the night that we had a meeting about that development. And we had all the neighbors here. And they were upset that he wanted to build, but it was a big area. And I think it's worked out. Those homes are
I believe it
nice.
has. They wanted to park there, but you have at least as many people come to that park as you have there at those houses. So the traffic issue was kind of a non-issue.
are there some design elements about this particular one that make it more appealing to you?
Yeah, they definitely did their homework.
Well,
I
this,
would
I don't-
definitely say that every dwelling in this particular development is going well north of $600,000. So,
Yeah, the only thing that I don't love about this one is that it's kind of like the topography issue. It drops off that hill
Yeah.
to the left of the creek that you see there with the trail is Barnett Elementary. It's kind of in a U-shaped half block. It's just a little bit of too much density right there, and that's kind of my concern. But as far as an infill there, if they could have taken the street straight out and put it in a block, it may not have been so bad. But I mean, I've never had any qualms with it and where I'm at, but
Well,
I'd love to see the trail finished by Barnett Elementary School, Jill. If you find any extra money from any other park projects, let's dump it into that project.
I don't think we're ever going to get to a point where we have everything fit just right either. We're going to have some negotiation with the neighbors and the council as well, and with staff.
Well, this goes back to the guy that says I can turn a horse around in 32 feet, not 64. And now we have a problem with our main street. It's only 32 feet wide, not 64.
Is it the guy that could turn the horse?
so this is another example of how this was applied. This is Plat C of this development. All of these are showing as twin homes. But if you look down here, you can see that there are some single families dwellings in this one as well. Any concerns, any thoughts on this one?
The length of their driveways, still a concern to me. Just got to make sure they're long enough. I mean, look at that pickup truck. Pickup truck in the picture, both of those pickup trucks are hanging out in the.
Yep.
In the side.
Well,
So we have a standard of
There
25
might be
feet.
some room in front of that pickup. That sign's not really.
Maybe our design standard of setback would be more appropriate as far as, I think the overall look is fine, but the setbacks do become troubling.
If
Okay.
you look at the truck down the street,
That looks like.
that is a full-size truck.
Yep. I think that truck you're seeing there it's hid by and it's back from the garage a little bit.
That doesn't validate my point.
Your point,
25-foot truck.
Is that a 25 foot, Robert? If it's 25 foot, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, and I know we've just had problems with them in the past. I'm just reiterating, let's keep to the standards.
but I think that your point is well taken.
Yeah.
In that I think it's important to have sufficient driveway space between the garage door and the back of the sidewalk. But one thing that's really nice in doing that, and we talked about this a couple times ago, is having more of a porch forward design that allows the actual, the human interaction of your home to come closer to the street and to create that more hometown type of situation. And then accommodating for the vehicles, and the garage can be a little bit farther back.
I don't think that, I think that's hometown. I mean, it's more updated hometown, but it's hometown.
Policing action on that too. I hate seeing house trailers and cars parked on the sidewalks. Drives me crazy.
Oh, yeah, it's not good.
So we'd like-
Anything that impedes the sidewalk is a pain.
A lot of fifth wheel trailers that are 32 feet long parked in a 25-foot driveway. They don't fit.
Nope, they don't. But the question is, do you want to accommodate the trailer or tell them to get the trailer off?
Tell them to get the trailer off.
Get the trailer off.
I don't
Yes,
want to accommodate the
absolutely.
trailer.
Because
They have a big enough yard that they can shove it back in.
that's right.
Hell, we're letting enough storage units be built right now that they can store
I
them in
know,
those areas, and
We have
the
plenty.
police and little kids don't have to worry about getting.
This is just my final example that I wanted to get your thoughts on. This is another project, Infill, kind of built behind. They have existing homes that will be along the street on 100 North. These are all twin homes back here, and then this came down to a single family dwelling. This kind of general look and feel. Any concerns?
On infill in residential, I have a problem with that look.
Yeah, I don't like the top.
I don't like the 2-story.
I don't either.
The two-story.
Well, because it first north, and isn't that like 5th or 6th west somewhere?
Yeah.
Isn't it? I don't know of any other 2 stories down there.
And I think that's a really good point. My counter one to that one is there could be. The single family home, the single family home next door
I'm trying to
could.
think. I know the neighborhood real well.
Yeah, because there
You
are. a
think of any,
couple
Jill?
old ones.
Where did the roads
I
go?
think there might be one to the north.
Is it just a T or do they actually go out to the other streets?
What was that?
They just stop.
It's 100 north. What's the west or the east?
I think it's 5th
It's
west.
just enough T that you
6th
can
west.
turn a fire truck around in there, isn't it?
And then it connects onto First.
But when you stop and look at it, it is a good use of those big vacant fields.
Yeah.
That you guys won't let animals into anymore and.
So are there,
Well,
would
if
you
it's-
like us to come back with maybe some context, design
Yeah.
standards that would
Yeah,
help?
I think my concern there,
Legislation.
It's
We can
56
do
west.
that.
If there's an apartment
I mean, if
complex.
there's
there's-
a,
Yeah, if there's an apartment complex just
essentially,
to
if
the
you're
east of it.
asking for a zone.
well,
change.
that's up on in between 3rd.
Zone changes.
That'd be
then
between,
that is.
between 200 and 400.
Right,
Yeah.
between 200 and 300.
Do you
400.
400,
have
you're right.
any other questions for me or anything else that you want us to look at? as
My
far
only
as-
comment with that, Robert,
Mhm.
if I may, my concern is you come putting, to look at the front of that, it's overwhelming. When you've got single family next to it, it's kind of like these people are looking down on you in your backyard all the time. That's what I don't appreciate with that right there.
Okay, that's good to know.
And
So-
that's why I think what we're doing on the park property here,
Mhm.
by going all single level on
Oh,
those
yeah.
twin homes and that, I think that's what made it
Made it
easy for
pass.
me to, yeah, because that's what the neighborhood
That's
is.
what the.
On what property?
That's the
So-
park board.
Is there some way you can context this
Yeah, there's not.
in a case-by-case basis dependent on the neighborhood?
We
I
can
think it
definitely
just-
explore it.
I think we
Jason's-
should just take the
Jason's hair stands up on the back
R275
of the
zone
neck.
and change it to an R175 zone. And if somebody wants a duplex or twin home, it needs to come through.
Everything
This.
does. Everything comes through an R.
Yeah, it even in the R2, doesn't it?
The only direct kind of question that I got from that was if we want to do something within that 1,000 feet of a transit area, if you still want those to come to you, or if that becomes more of like a, yes, you can do this.
We're talking 2, right?
Mhm.
I think as long as we're talking 2, I'm good with it.
They can, or they need to come to us.
I think I'm good with permitting it.
The problem I have with permitting them in those areas is our road isn't wide enough to handle the traffic flow as it is. And so up adjacent to the road, you've got the issue that you build that twin home, then we might have to tear it back down when we widen the roads. And I mean, I don't know. I'm just talking.
Well, yeah, and these wouldn't be built directly along Highway 198
Right.
because that's a different zone.
Yeah.
Right.
Those are farther. Anyway, this was really helpful to us.
I still like the 2 dwellings coming back to us, but I like
Okay.
the power.
We'll probably have some additional amendments come to you in the future. So, okay? And I wasn't gonna say in the near future. We have other amendments coming to you in the near future. So,
Thank
okay,
you.
thanks, everybody.
Thank you and staff for
Yep.
putting that together. That's helpful.
Since we're going to be starting in just a few minutes, would you lead either the pledge or the prayer?
Either one. You tell me.
You tell me, and I'll take the other one.
Coming in here.
You'll take.
I'll take whichever one you
Tell
don't.
Teresa.
Okay, talk to her about it. Just, we're trying to figure it out.
Teresa will do the pledge. I'll do the prayer.
Okay.
That side's next time.
I did it last time.
I know you did. That's why I didn't ask you this time.
So I'm always after these young kids out there. Give them an opportunity to shine.
Well, we only got 2 minutes.
I know, I'm just telling you.
That's why I went that way.
I was at a conference in Ephraim, that's why. I was running late.
Hey. Oh, we've been protecting that.
Well, I don't know how can you pick up all the evidence.
Okay, straight from work, and that's my dinner plate.
There's none in there, the mayor.
But I do still work.
What I do, it's roll the M&Ms.
On the 6 o'clock hour, I'd like to welcome everybody here to the Payson City Council meeting for June 15th, 2022. And the time, as I mentioned, is 6 o'clock. We have just finished a work session just for the general public to be aware of what we had done prior to this meeting. I've asked Council Prosgaard, Bob Prosgaard, to open this meeting with prayer.
Our Father in heaven, as we bow our heads this evening as council and citizens of the great city of Payson, we're indeed grateful for the blessings we have to live in such a beautiful area, to have the mountains surround us close by, to enjoy the bounties that are provided here. Father, we're grateful that we can legislate ourselves, that we can govern and do those things in our community that we see fit, that will benefit the citizenry of Payson. With that in mind, we invite the Spirit with us that we may make those decisions that are fair and just and are good for Payson citizens in general. We are grateful, Father, for the water that we received. We ask that thou would always be mindful of our needs here. To this end, we ask now that we'll be here, and we do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I've also asked Council Hyatt, Teresa, if she would lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Teresa. And thank you, citizens of Payson that have come here to be part of this meeting. I might mention it is very, very nice to see as many people as we have in the council chambers. Whenever we have this meeting, sometimes there's very few people except for what here is staff and council. So it's very nice to see more people here. Okay, we'll go on. The first matter of business here is we've got a vacancy on the council, and so I would ask the council if there is a motion to be had, if there's any discussion that they'd like to have, but if there's no discussion, I'm ready for a motion as to who would be a proper fill-in for our vacancy.
I'd like to do a little discussion here. I know that this is a big decision for us as a council, and it's more often than not, it seems lately, but we appreciate those that have put their name in the hat and have looked to serve in the city. I know that it's tough to get out there and to go through that public interview like they did, and to sit here and be picked for dodgeball, as you might say. But it's important to remember that we're grateful for everybody's application and that there's no hard feelings, and it was a tough decision. At least it was for me to narrow it down. And I hope that we as a council can pick somebody that will do the best for Payson.
I'd just like to echo what Council Christensen said. We are very, very appreciative of those that have put their name in the hat, so to speak, and are willing to, as you said, play dodgeball a little bit. We need participation, and we need good people, not only up here on the council, but those that, as I'd mentioned before, the citizens would come and participate in what we do. It's a participatory thing. We're not trying to dictate how things will be just because we want to. So any other input from the council before a motion is presented? Okay.
I feel the same way. I think the candidates were just, they all brought some strengths to the table. And I was just tickled to interview and go through that process.
Yeah, it is unfortunate there's only one, but,
Yes.
but it's fortunate there is only one too at the same time. Having those formalities out of the way, I'm ready for a motion if someone would like to make a motion for one of the individuals to fill this position.
Mayor, if I could,
You bet.
I did a lot of homework. I went back and reviewed my notes. There again, I felt like that there were strong points on each one of them. But if I may make a motion, council, I would make a motion that we appoint Kurt Beecher as new council member. My finding is that Kurt is a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission that is under a lot of heat and are dealing with the heartbeat of everything that each one of the candidates referred to the other night as the number one problem or the number one challenge of Payson. So my finding is that Kurt is probably the best prepared to help us deal with that at this time. His background as a civil engineer also helped my decision. So that's my motion and my finding.
Okay, we have a motion, council. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by individual vote, starting with Council Hyatt.
Yes.
Council Prosgaard on your motion,
Yes.
Council Carter,
Yes.
Council Christensen.
Yes.
Motion carries. Kurt, come on up and sit down with us. And again, ladies and gentlemen, and to the all the participants that have submitted their name, thank you for your willingness to come and share your time and talents with us. Do we need to swear him in first, Kim? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll
Will be,
come.
and we have,
That'll come. Not tonight.
we're not totally closing that door yet either. so.
The process does work, ladies and gentlemen, and we're thankful for that. We'll go ahead on to D, consent agenda, approval of the June 8th, 2022 City Council minutes. Number 2, dedication plat for Jones Land Company, Plat A, located 1305 West Utah Avenue. Unless there's some discussion, I'll accept a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I will make a motion that we approve the consent agenda of June 8th, June 8th, 2022.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, again, starting Council Christensen.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to. Beecher. Gonna have to get used to it. Council Carter,
Yes.
Council Prosgaard,
Yes.
Council Hyatt.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go on to E, petitions. Communities that care, Mayor's Youth Recognition Award. Carl, are you here?
There he is.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and council and public, I'm here stepping in for Kim, who is our coordinator for Communities That Care. And we would like to recognize Ava Faust from Payton Junior High. If you'd come forward. That'd be great. Here's, yeah. Yeah, last time. Yep. Ava, stand right here by the mayor. Congratulations. So this is what Miss Rose said about Ava. Ava's is one of the most proactive students I've ever had the pleasure of coming in contact with. She is not only kind to everyone she meets, but she actively searches for ways to make things around her better. Recently, she has been in contact with congressmen and state representatives discussing issues she sees at our school, and she has been corresponding with them via email as well as phone calls. Ava is an inspiration in the way she approaches all those around her. I have never heard her say any unkind word, and she constantly asks how she can help her teachers. She is on top of her schoolwork and a voracious reader, something that comes through in her daily work. Ava is a fabulous student, but someone who goes about her good deeds so quietly that you would barely recognize what she is doing, deeply trying to make the world a better place. She is someone who will never seek this award, but certainly deserves it. Congratulations, Ava.
Okay, we'll go to number 2, Chamber Business of the Month. Hey, Jim.
First, I want to thank you for letting me play dodgeball last week with y'all. I appreciate that very much. And a great choice. So very excited for Kirk. So congratulations. As a treasurer in the executive board of directors for the chamber, I've got 3 announcements. As apparently as our tradition this year, our Business of the Month winner is not here. So, but let me tell you a little bit about the Lance Group, who is a leading Utah real estate, I'm sorry, the Lance Group is leading the Utah real estate market in experience, knowledge, and technology. They are out of Santa Quin, right on Main Street, in one of the beautiful old homes there. They excel in customer service and superior communication in this new age of home sales. The Lance Group strives to stay connected to the community, including civic duties, scholarships for local schools, monthly events, and much more. They're a proud trustee partner in the chamber and equally as proud to be a part of such an amazing community. The Lance Group is honored to be voted as Business of the Month for May and thank the chamber members for their vote of confidence. And on behalf of the Lance Group, we thank you for this award and the opportunity to serve this great community. So, yay, Lance Group. Also, I just wanted to let everybody know that on this Saturday, June 18th at 12 p.m., Ashland's Pet Parlor will be having a ribbon cutting ceremony. So we will get you a little bit more information where that's located, but we'd love to have everybody come out. Is it on Main Street?
Yeah. But you'll, what do they call that bakery?
Oh, yeah, right next to the, that's what it is.
That bakery.
Rose Bakery. Rose Bakery.
I was trying to give credit to the people that actually own it.
So what time, Jim, what time
It's
is that?
12 o'clock on Saturday.
Okay, I've got that in my schedule
Great.
already, so.
We'd love to have you there. And then also we have a brand new company in the community, J. Bonte Enterprises, JBONTE Enterprises. Apparently they're a competitor of mine, printer and typesetting services. I don't know much about them yet, but I will. Yeah, but you're all invited to come meet them. Not only are they new in business here in Payson, but they have joined the chamber as a trustee partner as well. So they're very excited to be a part of the community and get involved with the chamber and the city, and we're excited to have them even if they are a competitor. So that open house or ribbon cutting is going to be on Thursday, June 30th at 12 o'clock. And I've seen them on the map. I don't know the address, but they're over behind the ATV facility back in that road that runs along parallel of 15.
Okay. And what was the name?
Rocky
again?
Mountain ATV. Yeah.
Yeah. What was the name again, Jim?
Jay Bonte,
Jay what?
Bonte, Bonte.
So is the letter J or just J?
Yeah,
What?
just the letter
J.
J. Yeah. Jay Bonte Enterprises. So ribbon cutting's a lot of fun. We usually have some food and free things to give away. So the public is welcome to come and welcome these two new businesses into our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one here is on the agenda is Yard of the Month. I believe we'll go ahead.
Yeah,
Dave.
we're asking the council, mayor and council to table that. We've narrowed it down, but we need to get together and so next
Solidify it.
council meeting in July, we'll announce the yard of the month for June and July,
June and July.
and we'll go from there. So if we could just table it for this meeting, we'll put it on the next agenda.
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we table
Okay,
item
number 2
number 2,
or 3, actually, number 3.
number 3, Yard of the Month.
Okay, have a motion been seconded. I'm just going to say all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, number 4, public forum. Anyone can speak on items that are not on the agenda. Please identify yourself and try to limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. So we'll go ahead and open the public forum. Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is April Jones, and I am here as a member of the Payson City Scottish Festival Board, and I'm here to invite you to this year's Scottish Festival. So as tradition, we would like to invite you to come on this Saturday and be in our parade. The parade will be held at 11:45. We are going to meet at the Old Wells Fargo, and the parade will, arrive at 11:30. The parade is actually going to start marching at 11:45. And then at 12 noon, we will have our mass bands presentation up on Main Street. So I would just like you all to know that you are invited.
We have a dress for Kirk.
I do not, there we go.
I've been on council for 5 years. I've never got a kilt. If he gets one before me.
I've got one, but I don't know whether it's going to fit me or not.
It is on Saturday, July 9th. Saturday, July 9th is our parade. And we are doing a newly designed retro t-shirt. So I will be emailing each of you to find out if you would like one to wear. If you would like one, we will have it provided for you at the information booth at the Scottish Festival. You may pick it up on Friday night, or you can pick it up Saturday morning. We do have 2 colors available. We are going to have a black and a heather green. And so it's a traditional logo t-shirt with an established date. So you are welcome to have one of those, and you are welcome to wear it to the parade, or you can wear whatever else Scottish attire that you own. So you do not have to wear your Scottish attire to be in our parade, but we want to invite you to be a part of the dignitaries. Do you have any questions?
Last year I wore cowboy boots. Can I still do that?
We would actually like you to. You are a legend because of your cowboy boots, kilt, and hat.
Yeah.
I just want you
It
to
is.
clean the underside of them off.
We actually have an extremely fun element to this year's Scottish Festival. So you'll just have to come and find out what it is. It's an exciting thing coming to Payson. So we're excited about this opportunity. So that will be at this year's Scottish Festival.
We have had other dignitaries there as well. So if you want to
Yes.
reach out to the
They've been reached out
lieutenant,
to already.
okay, perfect.
And,
I'm sure
um,
Doug has been contacted.
Doug actually is going to serve as our MC this year.
Oh,
So he will be in,
did mention that.
he will be our MC for this year's
Okay.
opening ceremonies and the parade.
Wonderful. We're excited to have you. We have been for the last, what, 30, how many years?
So it started in 1984.
Okay.
So, yep.
Yep.
Any other
Wonderful.
questions?
Questions? Just so I know we're all excited.
These are the
Awesome.
things that make Payson's
Face.
come
Okay.
together.
These are the
and
things that make
hometown.
Payson.
Thank you, April.
I'm going to change hats now. And I would also like to invite you to this year's Miss Payson Scholarship Pageant. It is going to be held on Friday, June 24th, Payson High School, 7 p.m. There's nothing fancy for you guys to do, but if you'd like to come and see these 5 beautiful women compete for scholarships, we would love for you to come. Once
What
again,
time?
that is this Friday, 7 p.m. Payson High School. Not this Friday, Friday, June 24th.
24.
Yes.
While we're talking about that, I just wanted to ask. I know that they are going for a scholarship
Yes.
to help them.
Miss Payson will be awarded a $3,000 scholarship this year.
Right. Do we supplement at all if they want to try out for Miss Utah?
We do not. We provide a dress allowance. And we have our pageant is called Affairs and Festivals. So if they want to go, they can pay the fees. If they don't want to go, we are not required. If we were a traditional Miss America community, they would be required to go and we would have those fees.
All right.
The fees, this past year, $800.
Yeah.
How much?
800.
Why can't we?
And
If,
she's
if,
not going to compete simply because she doesn't.
yeah, if, I would say if she's Miss Payson, I'd love her to represent us. And I think that the only thing we can do that is pay her fees. Mayor?
Well, and we've had that conversation before, and there's some
Dave?
internal things that we'll have to address, and we'll certainly address those.
I certainly appreciate that. And I know that any contestant that wins the title of Miss Payson would be honored. I know that that is a big part of it, is just those
Is
fees.
that something that your group would be wanting to have done?
If we
Because
could, yes, we
I
would be
certainly would
ecstatic
support
about
that.
that.
I don't know any, Teresa,
You don't know what?
I
Any
said, I
reason
don't
why
know
you
anybody
wouldn't?
to be opposed to that.
No. for
Okay.
sure.
We'll explore that
Thank you.
and tell you that
Thank
we
you.
support it.
I apologize to jump out of turn. I just am supposed to be at a final workshop.
You're fine. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, your little gal is just, I've seen her at everything. Like, I really have. She's been really good. She really is good.
Okay, and now I will switch to my final hat. We had 2 parades on Saturday. We were in the Springville Parade in the morning and we were in the Orem Parade in the evening. And for the Springville Parade, we were awarded the most original float presentation. So we got another award for our float. It was thrilling.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, April is very, very busy, and we do appreciate everything that she does for our city.
Thank you.
Just a continuation of the public forum. Anyone else like to take advantage of the time? If not, do we have anybody online? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public forum. Moving on to number 5, presentation on Payson Canyon Trail feasibility study. Jill?
Mayor and council, I've got a short presentation just to give you a summary of what we've done with the Payson Canyon Trail. Let me share my screen and we can go through that quickly. So the city had hired a consultant team to help us with evaluating the Payson Canyon corridor for some potential trails in the future. So that study has been completed. And I just want to give you a little overview of where we're at and where we need to go. So anyway, as I mentioned, there was a study conducted. We actually hired project engineering consultants, so PEC. PEC has done some other trail work for Payson in the city. But we had hired them to just evaluate just the feasibility of it. We know that there's a lot of use in Payson Canyon, a lot of diverse use in Payson Canyon, whether it's cycling or mountain biking or hiking or walking or a lot of different uses. Mainly because it's a scenic byway, but also because there's a lot of recreation destinations in Payson Canyon. But there with that also comes safety issues, access issues, trespass issues, different things like that. So we wanted to step back a little bit and say, okay, from a feasibility standpoint, where could that corridor be? What alignments are there? So the study was funded by Payson City and Utah County. So Utah County was a partner in this. Most of the area in Payson Canyon is still unincorporated area. And so in order to implement any of these proposed trails that we have, we would need to work very closely with Utah County. So they were a participant and a partner in this particular study, but it was limited in scope. As I said, we were looking very broad strokes there, looking at purpose and need, looking at, there was some site reconnaissance that was done. We looked at safety deficiencies. We looked at improvements that could be made in order to make it safer. We looked at environmental. We know that a lot of this area is very sensitive. There could be potential wetlands. There's Petite Neat Creek that brings our water source down to our residents. And so we had to also look at that. We looked at different alternatives. Not knowing that not just one alignment may work, recognizing that there are a lot of factors that need to be taken in consideration. We looked at the connectivity from our community to those key recreation areas and then beyond to other public lands in our canyon. We looked at project elements such as cross sections, maybe some slope stabilization. There's areas where there's no shoulders on the road, which create that safety issue. But one thing the study did not include any engagement with the property owner. So that would be a next step that we look at. Right now, we were looking at it from a technical standpoint, that if we were to look at trails in the area, where would those corridors be? And then we can evaluate where they are on public land, where they would potentially cross private property, and who we'd need to discuss this plan with. So moving forward, there's a couple of key issues of why we moved forward with this feasibility study. One was just to expand the city branding effort. With us now with Payson being the home to adventure, there's been a lot of emphasis from the city council and from the city administration in order to expand that brand. And recognizing that the canyon is in our backyard and that's where a lot of people recreate, we definitely wanted to expand or look at any way that we can expand that city brand. It is also a scenic byway. It is one of 8 national scenic byways. We have several scenic byways throughout the state, but there's only 8 that are national, that have received national designation, and Payson, or the Nebo Loop National Scenic Byway is one of them. We also, as I mentioned before, the connections to recreation and those key destinations in our canyon were definitely considered. And then, probably the one of the most important is just to improve the safety. There is already a lot of use in the canyon. There's already a lot of traffic in the canyon just because of those things, as like the scenic byway designation. But as this area becomes more and more popular, as people learn about the wonderful canyon that we have, we understand that that's going to increase, and we don't want to limit recreation in our community. We want to make it safer. And so improving the safety is key with moving this forward. So the area that we looked at was from Hollow Park, which is at the mouth of Payson Canyon. So down here, so we have the 17-acre Hollow Park that's there, and connecting it up the Nebo Loop Road to get to Camp Mapledale. So I know that there's a lot of discussion. There's been some comments about maybe even finding other ways to connect even further up the canyon. But this particular study looked at Hollow Park to Camp Mapledale. So it was about 4.4 miles that we looked at. And there was a certain width of a corridor that we looked at to say, are we putting this right along the road? Is there an opportunity to remove it from the roadway to make it more safe? Or, how would that impact private property owners? So that was the corridor that we looked at. So there was a lot of opportunities and guidance that were provided by this plan, or that are included in this plan, that we will take in consideration as we move it forward. And one of the opportunities that we saw was the Subgrade Crossing. So I'm not sure how many of you know that we actually have an existing Subgrade Crossing there at the Hollow Park, where it connects with 600 East, which transitions into the Nebo Loop Road. Right now, it's a corrugated metal area that's there. It's probably not inviting. Actually, it doesn't even connect to anything right now, so it's actually just fenced off. Because on the other side of the road is private property and we don't have permission to utilize that. But we're looking at, is there an opportunity through this planning effort and also maybe with some future funding, could we convert that into more of your box culvert or your concrete underpass that you see probably on a lot of other trails or that we have in the community, one being SR 198, our connection of the Dry Creek Trail there. But anyway, that was one recommendation that was provided through this. There may be a good opportunity to make that more inviting as it continues further up the canyon, and that will help with overall use. Because it's what we want to avoid is for people even having that subgrade connection of people not feeling safe. So they're still going up to the surface and they're crossing what is a very busy road. So we also looked at possible destination points for Bay Recreation Area. There's been a lot of emphasis on that lately, and I know that we'll have a report from that group here in a minute. But for Bay Recreation Area, we looked at Camp Maple Dale, looked at the possibility of how could we connect to other cities with Elk Ridge. And so they evaluated that, and then also the public lands. As we said, there's a lot of property that is managed by the Forest Service and a lot of existing trails there. And how can we connect either through this trail system or through this system to Bay and then beyond to the public lands. So improve safety, as I mentioned, and most of you are familiar, and hopefully those in the audience, the public is also very familiar with Payson Canyon and the scenic byway. But there are a lot of blind corners, as here is like you're going along, you don't know what's on the other side. You don't know if there's a cyclist, you don't know if there's a truck and trailer that needs to take a wider turn. So there's a lot of safety issues with blind corners. There's also some other, lack of drainage, or there's some existing drainage facilities that may need to be relocated in order for those pedestrians or those cyclists to maybe better utilize the area or be in a safer situation. We have a lot of areas typical with any canyon that you have areas that don't have any shoulder or the shoulder is adjacent to very steep slopes, and whether it's the uphill side or the downhill side, there's definitely some challenges in some of those more narrow areas, but improving safety is definitely a recommendation. So we looked at several potential alignments. There was 4 different alignments that we looked at, and a couple of those had an A and a B. But there were 4 different alignments. They evaluated the benefits, or this consultant team, they looked at the benefits and the disadvantages of each option. So they looked at road crossings, how many driveways would have to be, how many different property owners we'd have to contact, where can we best utilize city property or county property or Forest Service property. When would you have to relocate utilities? Is there any stream crossings? Is there the need for any bridges? Do we need to widen the shoulder? Do we need to do some slope stabilization? So there wasn't a preferred alignment per se, but through that analysis, it goes through and says, this is the advantages and disadvantages of each. And so we have a lot of different options. So even though I know a lot of times we come to you and we say, this is the preferred alternative, we've done all the analysis and this is where we need to go. This study came back with, here's the pros and cons of each, recognizing that there still is another level of review that needs to take place. And one of that is conversations with property owners. So we may find that we want to move forward with option 1A, but we end up with option C. But we wanted to leave that very open to allow the ability for us to have those conversations with other agencies or interested parties that would be involved in this decision-making process. So here's some of most of the alignments, and I know it's a little hard to see here on this map, but I wanted to show the entire corridor on one map, but showing the Hollow Park down here, as you can see, all of those alignments, not looking at these ones that would show connections to Elk Ridge, but most of the alignment here is within that canyon corridor. Some of them show that they are on the east side of the road. Some of them show they're on the west side of the road. Some show directly on the side of the road, and other are removed from the road. So again, that's just evaluating where the opportunities lie as we continue conversations. But as you can see, we looked at, the plan even shows there's different insets for each of those to show more specific detail on some of the limitations or opportunities for each of those. So next step, I put funding at the top because funding is always, it's sometimes a limiting factor, but we as staff are we're always trying to find opportunities where we can find funding. More recently, we had applied for Transportation Improvement Program funds through Mountain Land Association of Governments. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in our attempt, but through that, we had submitted an application. The engineer's cost estimate with taking the topography, stabilization, all those things into play just to get to the 4-bay trailhead is $6.5 million. So we'd be looking for partnerships, we'd be looking for funding sources, multiple funding sources, or a funding source that can provide. That is one of the reasons why we approach MAG, because that's where you get a lot of the big dollars. And so I haven't given up. I think in a year and a half, I will apply again. Going through that process, I have a little better idea of maybe what we need to focus on. But I think just we've seen from our residents or we've heard from visitors of our community how important these recreation opportunities and the trail system is. And so I think staff recognizes that there needs to be an emphasis on that. And so we'll continue to find those funding opportunities. We've been successful before with the Utah Outdoor Recreation Grant. That's also an opportunity that we can look at. But with that big price tag, we're going to have to coordinate that well in order to get the money needed, or scale back and do a shorter section over multiple phases.
What's the feasibility of like acquiring the land? Let's pick one and go out. If we get a little bit of funding, is that something we can do to acquire the right of ways and start with that? And then once we get the right of ways, I think that's a large part of the cost, but it's definitely the first step.
Right.
So in my
And
opinion,
I think that is a very great, that is definitely a next step that we need to look at, because recognizing that now we've determined, okay, this is the corridor, and we've answered a lot of the questions with the feasibility. So now it's, maybe it's the smaller bites that we need to do, but absolutely we would like to see that. And maybe that's where those other funding sources come into play, is just to secure that right of way needed. And it may take, you mentioned another trail section in our community earlier tonight, it's just those little sections. It's those little successes, I guess.
And I'm always an advocate of, bring the homeowners in, the property owners in, sit them down, let's have a discussion, see where they're at. They may say, hey, this might be a great tax benefit. I'll just donate the land, right, or whatever it might be. They might put up great big walls and say, I don't want anything to do with this, go away, which those are good information to know. So we know which side of the road to jump to. Right. So
absolutely. So communication with property owners. And
we don't want to go back and forth every time you cross that road, that number goes up.
And then I think along with that goes the same one as partnerships. That's where you identify where those partners are. And who's willing to participate and to what level.
Right.
And then also, and then of course, design and construction. There's still, we appreciate the staff or the staff that has worked on this, but we also really appreciate the council's support for funding this study for us to take that first step. And so, we anticipate that we'll keep on moving forward, and we'll try to make some progress as we move towards getting funding and actually the design and construction. So that's just a quick overview. Like I said, we have the study. It'll be a guide. I think we continue to have those discussions. If anybody has ideas, where to find me. But we're really excited about the opportunities that were laid out in this feasibility study.
No. Jill, thank you. I know it's an awful lot of work. I know personally that we've talked about it many times, and as many things are sometimes political, we as a council, I believe I can speak for everybody, we're solidly behind that. It's a great asset for our citizens and those that want to join the canyon. So we'll continue to support it.
Okay,
and one of the other,
one question.
That MAG application, is that just a one time and don't apply no more, or can we?
We could apply as many times as we want. It's every 2 years, every 2 years. And then it is programmed out for multiple years in the future. So the last funding cycle that we actually identified projects for this year are for funding 2025-26. So it is several years out, and that's why I was hopeful that we would get the money, because then we would have a few years that we could negotiate the alignment or the right of way, or, but again, it hasn't deterred me from
No.
attempting again. So I'll be back
Aren't there
there
other
in 2
grants out
years.
there though for parks and trails, for specifically for trail
Yes,
systems?
absolutely.
We're
And
looking at
even
them.
at this
Fine.
particular MAG meeting, I had a representative from UDOT saying there might be an opportunity for some active transportation funds. So it started the conversation going. We just now need to find out what those, where the funds are, and we need to go after them.
It puts us on the radar and allows us to
Yep.
see where we are and they kind of watch. I'd love to see, you know, if we can't find funding, at least acquisition of the land and maybe just put, you know, the Friends of Forebay to work. They build lots of trails. But the ones that are adjacent to the road become an issue. That's, we can't intermittently put those in and people cross out onto the road. That's definitely not worth it. That the risk isn't there. But I mean, I'd love to look at the alignment and see and have those conversations with the public.
We have a great relationship with MAG, and I think over the years, we'll continue to have that relationship.
Well, and yes, I absolutely agree with that statement, Mayor. It's very competitive. You know, that funding is all transportation projects throughout the county. That is whether it's trails, highways, in intersection improvements. So, you know, when you have those communities in North County that are growing at a significant rate and they have a lot more congestion, it's really hard for a smaller community to compete with maybe the traffic congestion and the needs that they have. But that said, you know, I do need to recognize that all of the communities throughout Utah County through that process have provided a lot of funding for trails. Whether it's been at Provo Canyon, whether it's been in Mapleton, in Spanish Fork with the Spanish Fork River Trail, there's been a lot of money that's been dedicated to trails. So I'm hopeful that can happen. It's not all going to highways, but it is very competitive.
Yeah, it's not all UDOT does program money for trails, and it's not all going to highways. So you're absolutely correct.
I wonder if with it being one of the 8 national byways, that there's funding on the national level too. And that's a little bit of a stretch to look for that, but it might be worth putting an intern on that job. Where'd he go?
There is funding opportunities.
Okay.
Through the scenic byway, there is funding as well.
Okay.
But then you're competing at a national level, but it is
We're only
an
one of 8
opportunity.
there.
So, well, just in Utah, not throughout the country.
We're one of 8 national byways in Utah.
In Utah,
Oh, I misunderstood
Yeah,
what you said.
sorry. No. Yeah, just in Utah.
national recognition in the state of Utah, 8 of them.
Yes, that changes.
There you go.
Confused. That was-
Thank you, Jill. Carrie, you're up next. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a presentation by the Forebay Committee. Carrie Pierce, Forebay Committee Chair.
Thanks for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, this gentleman has been involved for years and years and years, and we owe him a debt of gratitude. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. I really like what Jill's presentation was talking about with the canyon. I think it would be amazing, just in support of that. I'm up there a lot in the mornings and so many people are in the canyon running. I see strollers in the roads and stuff. And I think, oh, one day when we get a trail, it's going to be amazing. But today I came to talk. We, as a committee, we thought we should come and give you folks an update kind of on what we've been doing as a committee. Our committee was formed back early this year, 2022, sometime early back in the winter. We've got 11 members on our committee. Some just citizens. We've got cyclists and runners. We've got employees from the city. We've got Carl, we've got Greg. Jill's been a big part of it. We got Councilman Christensen and former Councilman Hewlett comes a lot. He's been a big supporter of this as well. So that's, like I said, we've got 11 people on our staff. And one thing I wanted to note for this presentation was my experience with, I work for Provo City. I'm a paramedic for Provo City. So I know how cities function, kind of. And the employees that I work with here in Payson have all been so great. Weston Barney with Parks and Rec has been amazing. Chief Spencer, Scott Spencer. It's just been it's been great. There's just so much support. And that's not so much committee based as just working relationships with the employees of the city. So I just wanted to throw that out because they have been great. Jill in particular is probably the main driving force as to why we are a committee here and why this is here. Carl's been a great supporter of all this, but Jill's been behind the scenes putting so much together for so long. We wouldn't be here without Jill, I would say. So thank you, Jill. Also, we did apply for some park tax dollars this last year for the new budget year, and we received that. I don't know, maybe Carl knows dollar amounts, but I know some of the items, we're going to put some benches in. We're going to potentially some picnic tables up across the bridge. Some benches out along the trail for just rest stops. Some tools to work on the trails and things like that. So we were awarded that. And so I'm really grateful for that as well. We've been following the management plan that was established over the last couple of years with Brandon Stockdale. So this year we had a new section approved, just about 0.6 of a mile. Just it seems like a short trail, just over a half mile. It's a lot of work nonetheless to build a piece of trail like that. And we kind of held off so that I wanted the high school kids on the mountain bike teams to be able to see what it looks like before it's a trail, because they come out and they help us. So I kind of left it just fairly roughed in so they could come and see what that's like. And we've had a few events. We've had 3 or 4 organized events so far out to work on that trail. And so it's rideable, it's runnable, hikeable. It's not done, but we're still working on it. So it's making really good progress, I think. And it's really fun with some great views for those of you that have been out there. We've also been meeting with some other user groups this last week. We've been having monthly meetings, and it's been really great. We've made, I think, good progress throughout. We met with the president of the Backcountry Horsemen, I think is the name of the group, just last night. So we're trying to incorporate all the user groups and trying to come together that way. So we're having a lot of, I think, good success that way. Nothing else as far as we've been doing a lot of trail work. I'll say that. Darce has been, let's back up. In the winter time, actually back in the fall, Carl, Greg started doing some prep work for some cross-country skiing this winter. And so they did the prep work in the fall, and then throughout the winter, they did a lot of grooming. And then Darce did his bike trail grooming a lot this winter too. And as you all know, December was like full on winter. It was amazing. And then it went away for a long time. But when it came back, they did some more grooming. But we have a lot of people that really love to recreate in the winter up in the canyon. So that's given, I wouldn't say new hope, but it's given a whole group of people. We have a lot of people come here specifically to ride these groomed trails, because groomed fat biking trails, for those of you that may not know, are not all over the place. So we're super lucky because we have a lot of grooming done here. And so as far as work goes, it's pretty much year round now, I would say. Right now, we're in the heart and soul of cutting, I don't call them weeds, grass. Along the trail, there's a lot of trimming. Right now we have, excuse me? Yes, yeah. And so with the trail system in place, I don't know exact numbers of distances currently, but somewhere between 9 and 10 miles of trail. And the grasses get about this tall, and then they fall on the trails. And so if you're on a horse, it's not so bad, other than you can't see the trail. But for running and cycling, we go up and we do a lot of weed eating. I just blew up my second weed eater a couple of days ago on these trails, but it's ongoing. And so we've had a couple events for just trimming in general to trim the trails. And last night I was in Spanish Fork on their trail system with the high school team, and their trails are fun and they're really nice. And they had done some trimming, but I got back over here this morning to trim, and our trails are probably, I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but they're the prettiest trails around. The like best manicured trails. They're pretty dreamy overall. Once we get this next couple of weeks and we get them all trimmed for the season, we'll be done. It'll dry up. But this month of June, when it starts to grow, especially when you have the weather that we've had, we had like a resurgence of growth. Instead of it getting hot, it cooled off and rained and snowed. And so everything grew again. So some of these areas we've got to do twice. So when you factor in 2 sides of a 9-mile trail, you've got 18 miles of trails. And I don't know how many people have used a weed eater for miles at a time, but you can imagine weed eating your way to Provo. It's kind of like that. Except instead of just working off the ground, you're working at times at different elevations to make it pretty. So we've been doing a lot of that. That should be hopefully done in the next couple of weeks. But that's something going on. And with that, because I was going to talk about that, I got thinking about the distances, and then I got thinking about, last I looked to hire a company to come build your trails. It's last I looked $2 to $3 a foot, and maybe Carl would know an exact amount. But as it is right now, we've got about $150,000 worth of trails in Forebay. So that adds a lot of value to Forebay. Like I said, we had the high school teams up a few times, which is so great to get those guys out. One thing that we've talked about in our committee meetings, and I'm not really sure as to where we stand with this, but I know when this whole thing started with the Friends of Forebay and let's save Forebay and save everything else that we can, the land had been changed to a surplus status. I guess it's a status. So Forebay went from whatever it was to surplus land. So we would like to see it changed from that to whatever the status would be, saying we like this and we're going to keep it. With that, we've talked, and we've talked as far back as with Doug Welton for the last few years, really about changing this or looking into a conservation easement to save this long term, because as we're witnessing daily, the population and the houses are just slowly encroaching. And with it, back to Jill's talk about the trail up the canyon, and I've said this before, is now fenced with private property signs all the way to Forebay. 10 years ago, it was not. 20 years, certainly it wasn't. But we're seeing that on all fronts. We're seeing above Kiwanis now, no hiking. So you can't hike above Kiwanis Park anymore. But it's everywhere, and people are coming, clearly. But so we recommend the conservation easement. Adam Cowie, who's also on our committee, I believe had sent some stuff over that I didn't look at, but it'll make its way through into the system. But as a committee, we just wanted to throw that out more, like to think about. It doesn't need to happen immediately, and that's understandable. But we want to think long term, and that's really the goal of Forebay, is long term protection, so it's there in 20 years and doesn't become this little jewel island that's now worth $25 million, and future council members and mayors can't help but sell it off. So if it's protected, that's what we'd like to see. So
Kim, what do we need to do to get that on the agenda for next time, to remove that as public surplus, this surplus property, kind of change its status? Can we get that?
Put it on the agenda. We'll have to look into that. I don't know if there's anything you need to do on that, but we can check it.
Yeah, just change it from surplus to a park or whatever it needs to be.
At least explore it so we know the best way to proceed.
Not moving to the conservation easement for it. We just want it out of surplus property.
yeah, that'd be a good start, I think.
A good start.
That's really all I have. And I don't know if you have any questions. One thing that I have thought of for a long time, I mentioned it in a meeting last night, is, and a lot of it's because Weston Barney's there, and so he's been a good resource. And I know the parks guys are overwhelmed, and I told Weston long ago, and it's true, like the last thing I wanted to do with Forebay was create more work for Weston and the parks, because they're swamped. Weston came up, he put up a little trash can thing for, I don't know what it's called, for dog waste. He came and put that up for us, and he's been super helpful. But I've really tried to keep Weston and his crew from having to do any more than empty the trash. With as much work as involved in this, I brought up last night that at some point I would start to think about this, like the city should start to think budget wise. Maybe you should have a seasonal, someone who can oversee this, because it's a ton of time. It's a ton of work. The existing parks guys don't have time. And if we as volunteers, and there's really only a handful, I would say, that really come up and work on this trail. But if we walked away right now, the trails would be overgrown. It wouldn't be anywhere what it is. It's super popular right now. At 6:30 this morning, the parking lot was full. I think Darce was there at 7 and there wasn't a parking spot. So it's a real hot spot, but it needs constant attention. And if that means hiring some seasonal person to work limited hours, part-time hours throughout a chunk of the season, summertime or whatever, 3-4 months, it would be, I think, in the city's interest to do that, because it wouldn't cost much. But then you've got a go-to person, because as it is now, I kind of end up being the go-to when the high school kids want to come. I try and set that up and I try to be there for them and do all that. But I feel almost like this is a job. Like I feel like if I haven't been up there today, I need to get up there. And then I tell myself, like, I don't work here. This is not my job, but it kind of is. And I love it. But at some point, I would suggest that you have someone. I know a lot of places have someone who oversees that. Like if they have a bike trail system, they have a lot of full-time people, especially with the year-round stuff. But I would take that into consideration for the future. And that's really all I have, unless you all have questions for me.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you had very many problems with motorized vehicles. Good. Okay.
The signs knocked out about 80% of that. And then the gate on the Elk Ridge side knocked down another 15%. So we still see a few people coming in, but that gate's a bear to move. And a lot of people don't want to try and move the gate. And so, no, I see a couple of people on 4-wheelers and they're fairly harmless. But I noticed the other night at the junction where they used to come in from Elk Ridge, I pointed out to my wife, it's growing on the road. It's growing. It's never in my life been anything but dirt, because they drove in, 4-wheelers.
Okay.
And that number was increasing. And that was the problem. People have always used it and it's been kind of okay. But with COVID, all of a sudden it was party central up there. So the signs in the gate, the signs really did a wonder. And with that, it's kept the campers out. And that was the other problem, was they were coming in and building. They thought they were far away because they drove from Elk Ridge past Forebay. They were like 50 feet from the actual canyon, but they didn't know that. So they were camping in there too. And campers now are a lot different than when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
So it's been better. Yeah. Any other questions?
And any other questions? If not, thank you. Darcy, would like to thank you as well. Appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you. I'll thank all of you.
Okay, moving on to number 7, a presentation on outstanding facility of the year 2022. Bronco, I assume. Thank you, Bronco Hunter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting me steal a few minutes of your meeting. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Bronco Hunter. I am the past president for the Utah Recreation and Parks Association. I'm following Carl's footsteps. He had to do this several years ago. One of my privileges and duties is able to go around the state and recognize communities for the wonderful work they're doing in the field of recreation and parks. That's a privilege for me to be here tonight. My roots are here. I graduated from Payson High School in 2003. I don't want to date Carl, but he was working for the city then. So I don't know how much longer you got to have him, but he's been here for a while. I grew up playing sports here. So thank you for letting me be here tonight. So with that said, I'm here to recognize an outstanding facility that I used to play at the old Hillman ballpark. My last memory there was we put together a softball team when we graduated from high school, and our first game was against the We Blue In. And on paper, we should have beat them, it looked like, but they killed us. We were not good at softball, but love the progression here. Payson City has strived to achieve its mission, which your mission states that it's to support leisure and recreational activities and facilities that will enrich the physical, mental, and intellectual health of the citizens of Payson and beyond. You've done this with the addition with the new Gene Hillman Sports Complex, beautiful 32-acre facility that's come from 40 years experience, thorough public feedback and analysis. I remember it as a horse track. Is that right?
Yep.
That's okay.
Payson Downs.
That's right. Payson Recreation consistently strives to provide outstanding facilities for your community. You continue to adapt and embrace the growth of Southern Utah County while keeping tradition and values here. You emulate those values in your mission statement, and you've gone above and beyond the call of duty. This is more than a job to some and many. And like I said, appreciate Carl and his team and the work they've done. To bring the community together with a facility like this is just awesome. So that said, I'd like to present them with the outstanding facility from the Utah Recreation Parks Association. Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Administration, Carl, Jeremy, and Savannah for your continual support and doing great things here in this community. And we know it's a great, this is a good night for an award because this is the slickest I've ever seen Jeremy dressed up. So if you guys like to come up, I'd like to present you with this, and thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate it.
Yes, let's get a picture if we can.
Is that upside down?
No, this was.
Oh.
We tell stories. Well, we don't know.
Thank you.
Great, Linda. You don't want me to tell the story? You can tell the story.
Okay, moving on. Thank you once again, Bronco.
Guess no story.
Okay, move on to number 8, staff reports. If there's any staff that would like to come and address us, please do so. Come on up, Janine. We'll clear a path for you. Oh, Dave
I'm
first.
just going to defer my time to Linda so she can tell her story.
Okay, go, Linda.
Okay, first off, I volunteered to help keep score at the ballpark. I asked them if they needed help. And they called me and asked me if I wanted to do it. And I said, you bet, that'll be fun. So I go up there the first night, and I'd never done it before, and Savannah sat with me. Did I call you Savannah? Okay. I know, but it seemed like you looked at me funny. Anyway, she decided that she would sit there with me while I did it. She did part of it and I did the other part. Well, she left for a few minutes and in between games, and pretty soon she came back and she said, I talked to Jeremy and we're going to make sure we have a girl here with you every week. No, you said that they will be with you.
It's her story.
And anyway, I kind of felt bad. I was about ready to tell him, nah, I don't think I better do it. But it has been fun, and I do it by myself. I know, darn. And didn't you tell me that the big things are coming? But Linda, they move a lot faster.
Yeah, they do. They're a lot more angry coaches
Well, I'm not down there to see the coaches. Okay, that was my story.
I guess we're ready for you, Janine.
Sorry, Janine.
All right, Mayor and Council, I just want to invite you. There's a lot of stuff going on in June. So June 24th and 25th, I do want you to support Miss Payson, but the Rock Festival is also going on. So there'll be a lot of food trucks, a lot of merchandise vendors. So if you love rock and roll, or you can put up with a little rock and roll, we would like your support. So it'll start Friday at 2 o'clock and it'll end at 10 p.m. Saturday, it'll start at 9 a.m. and end at 10 p.m.
Ends when?
10 p.m.
10 p.m. I know there's been a lot of citizens that have contacted me that they're
Yeah.
very, very complimentary of what went on last
Yeah,
year.
last year was so much fun.
It was.
And it's a lot of fun. It's fun to see these older gentlemen who I've seen them in the community doing professional jobs, and then they get up there and yeah, I'm like, wow. So anyway, there's two sides to everybody, I think. So
I think In-N-Out Burgers have sponsor, is that
Yes,
right?
In-N-Out
And that's
Burger.
wonderful to see that as well.
yes,
Who is
you need to
Burger?
hit them
Oh,
up
really?
again, Mayor.
Wow.
You need to hit them up again.
What's that?
In-N-Out, you need to hit them up again.
Absolutely, we
Okay,
do.
all right. Grand Marshal nominations will be accepted until June 23rd. And just a note on our salmon supper tickets, we have a little less than 700 to sell.
Wow. Sold out.
Summer has started. Okay, any questions?
Doesn't appear, but thank you for everything you do.
Okay.
You're amazing.
We have any other staff? Oh.
Do you know why they wanted a girl to sit with Linda? Is she thought a home run counted as 6 points.
Like I say, it was her story.
I know.
Okay, moving on then. We'll move on to council reports, starting with Council Hyatt. Okay. Council Proscott.
I
Oh,
got a couple.
big sigh there.
No, just a couple.
Okay.
What, I know they graded it last week. What's going on with the property on Main Street between First and Second North, where the old church used to be? Several
Oh.
citizens, several neighbors around there are saying now that he's graded it, when the wind blew the other day, it was so dusty. I don't know how to answer them. I don't know.
The old church, Third Ward
The
Chapel.
old Third Ward Chapel on Main between First and Second North. Yeah, has nothing been filed?
I don't think any development's been submitted yet.
I know at one time they were talking about, maybe something to do with the orchards there that they
Yeah, he
have.
was gonna have a farmer's market.
Farmer's
or
market there.
something, but I think the gentleman right next door, he's been a great neighbor all these years. When no, to the.
Right to the west.
He's been a great neighbor, but he was really concerned that dust, they come in and graded all the weeds, which, you know what? Congratulations for knocking the weeds down, but they created nothing but a dust storm for him. So I didn't know whether something had been submitted yet and could tell him, something's in the works, but you haven't seen anything at all.
We can try to reach out to the owner. See what they're-
Just kind of let him know there's some concerned neighbors.
Yeah.
The other one was I put in your box, I think it's been a little over a month ago and I never got any feedback. I'm still pushing. My time's short on the council. I got a year and a half left and I've got so many things I wanted to see. But one that comes to my forefront, we're growing exponentially, but we're not cleaning up what we already have. And I would love to help spearhead something to go to volunteer groups, to church groups, and help. Those tires that I suggested needed to be removed at the ground or at the grand opening of Paris RV
Okay.
are still sitting there tonight when I got off the freeway. I mean, there's one of our newest businesses that's generating tremendous interest from all over the state, to be honest with you. And you come around that bend to go on to him, and there's, for a year and a half now during construction, there's been a stack of tires, old rubber tires sitting there. It looks gross.
Is it on private property or where is it? at?
It's on the old gas station. You know where. I'm
Okay,
talking.
yes, I know where you're at now.
But I would love to see us offer the citizens an incentive of cleaning up their strips. I've suggested that maybe we get 3 or 4 dump trucks of decorative rock and allow the citizens to go get enough to do their strip. I know that's kind of on your honor type, not landscape your whole yard with it, but I'd love to see some incentives of cleaning up what we already have. We're stretching our boundaries, but yet right here in the nucleus, and now the weeds are up and the foxtails are ripening. I just think we can do better right here in our center area.
Okay.
Other than that, I was just so depressed to see the wind blowing our beautiful flowers on Main Street. They took a pretty good hit, but hopefully they'll rebound.
And they believe that they will.
They will.
Wes is working very close with Olson's Guard Shop and
Those are, so, I mean, the comments are just unreal
Yep.
that we get. So
Yep.
please pass that along to, I stopped and talked to the little gal the other day that was watering. I don't know whether she's the permanent one. Was there?
yeah, there's 2 of them.
But they take pride in watering those.
Yep.
So that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Linda.
I really don't have anything either, but thank you. I have
You gotta be heard.
I have a loud voice. I was going to mention the flowers also. I thought they looked so good, and I know for a fact I'm going to be so glad when they're done doing what they're doing on 8th South. It'll be nice to be able to use that street without all the construction.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
just to drive down to Walmart.
Yeah.
Anyway, I appreciate all of you folks that work so hard for Payson City. All that you do. So thank you.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you for the confidence to allow me to serve with you as well. And so I appreciate that, and hopefully I can do a good job. So
Sure
other than
you
that, I
will.
don't have anything to say.
Okay, thank you. Brett.
All right. What?
I said, you'll take over his time.
Yeah, no, I'll cover you. I got it. I got it. Actually, I'm looking at this agenda and it's already 7:10 and I'm done. Can I make a motion to adjourn?
We just
You
have to
can.
deal with the next councils.
These guys, no, don't do that. A couple of things, Carl, I'm super excited for that award. I just want the rest of the world to see it. Let's try to get some baseball tournaments and things in there and schedule them out and kind of keep us in the loop. Let us know when you've got stuff coming, because I don't frequent that area all that often, so I don't really know what's going on. And so I'd love to know, yeah, hey, it's getting used this weekend or that weekend and what's going on. Just kind of in our weekly update emails or whatever. That'd be great. I think our beautification committee is kind of not really transpired much as you're talking.
Well,
about.
we're brand new. We'll do a better job.
I don't think I was pointing a finger.
No,
I'm
just-
thinking big projects.
Yeah.
No, but I think the beautification, I think we need to keep rolling with it.
Yeah, we're brand new.
Oh,
so
you're doing, that's good. See, I'm out of the loop. And I love the comments on Facebook about the roads. But how long are they going to be fixing the roads? You complained for 15 years that we didn't fix the roads. now you're gonna complain for 15 minutes while they fix the roads. So anyway, it's kind of funny. I just thought I'd point that out, that it is a little bit slower and we just got to deal with it and be patient and try to do it. There are other ways around in this town, so we can move off to a different road.
If
Well, I had
people,
written it down before you said it.
if people think they're almost done with SR 198, they're not. They still got to do another 1.5 to 2 inches.
It's still got the overlay on it.
That's why the paint's not correct on
Still
it.
got
Well,
the
I
silk
drove
on
up today and they
That's-
were digging great big holes in it again. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, this is backwards. So-
Mistakes. Yeah, mistake.
Drainage issue. Pond built on the road.
You know,
Well, good.
it didn't go in the gutter. I mean, that's why I sat there and watched it go down the side of the road and I thought, there's not one thing in that gutter.
Yeah, well, they're fixing it. So that's good. But thank you. Now let's move on.
Okay, Jason, I believe you're up. This is
The most boring thing ever.
legislative updates.
Where is it, Cam? Yeah, I'm in the box. I just can't get to. my presentation. It's files. Mhm. Over here.
Patience.
It's not in here.
This stupid note popped out of my laptop for 4 weeks. I had to get rid of it.
Mhm.
I think this is a sign to move on.
You'll want to.
Aren't you Mayor Pro Tem? I am.
I didn't.
You got a motion, Brett?
I'm gonna ask for a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it. We just like go to those really fast.
Jason, are you in a hurry to go somewhere? Can we move you to the end?
No.
Our attorney says we can't move him.
I'll go as quick as I can. Most of this is really for staff, but nonetheless, I have to give it to you. Let me just start off by, if you guys, any of you followed the legislature, this year was basically 3 themes. One was water, because we are in the second or third, depending on who you talk to, year of drought. And extreme drought is most of the state currently. So many of the bills have to do with that. Second thing was moderate income housing. Legislators get a lot of complaints during the year about, I can't afford to, I'm a new family, or I'm newly out of college and I can't afford anything. So a lot of it is about housing. And then the third subject is basically the state taking over what cities traditionally have done. In some states like Arizona, California, you see more and more of that each year. Utah is starting to go that way. If cities don't do what is best for the community, oftentimes that's where the legislators get complaints. And that's where we get new bills that frankly, the league doesn't like to agree to. And you'll see a few of these bills that the league got modified slightly to basically so that we could swallow the pill as the city. With that, I'll go right into it. We'll start with House bills. House Bill 22, Open Public Meetings Act. Basically, the premise of this one is the city must have a policy with regard to, or an ordinance with regard to online meetings or Zoom meetings. Ours currently says that we will have a quorum present at the anchor location, so this location. We have thought about modifying it because when several of us were down at the league meetings, we didn't have a quorum here because most of the people were down there except for a couple of you. That becomes a problem. And we'll probably look at changing that so that we can make it so it's not necessarily a quorum here. We do count votes. If you are online, a couple of you have been online various times, travel or illness or whatever, you've been online. So it works out. In fact, from COVID on, I think we'll just keep it this way. And then, as you guys are aware of, for about last 3 meetings, I think, roll call votes generally and everything. That is because of the online issues. That's why you have to do roll call votes for everything. I did attend a board meeting the other day with Utopia, and I thought it was interesting because the votes to do open a public hearing and those kind of votes were done not by roll call, they were just done by voice. Which in those meetings were almost completely, everybody was online. So, but they don't have an attorney currently. They're missing one. So
I asked Doug Welton, who wrote that bill, specifically about it. And he said, as long as it's unanimous, it doesn't have to require a roll call vote. But as soon as there's a non-unanimous, then it has to go through it. And it's Payson City, we decided we're just going to do roll call on all of it.
To me, it's easier. Kim and I kind of talked about it. I think it's easier just to go through and have you go through them. I mean, it doesn't take but a couple of, maybe a minute more.
But like those general ones, to me, that's a quick shout out. Yeah, everybody, they're always unanimous anyway.
Right. The next one is first responder mental health services. This is now requiring anybody that has first responder agencies, so fire, EMS, and police. You must provide mental health services. I believe we currently do already anyway, so this wasn't much of an issue for us. This one is in-stream water flows. This bill I call the Save Salt Lake, Great Salt Lake bill is basically what this means. It was a way to basically make the in-stream flows so they can maintain those flows. And the idea was they could do change applications to get that water to the Great Salt Lake, essentially. We don't feed into the Great Salt Lake directly, more indirectly, but with that water generally coming from Utah Lake, doesn't really make it up there.
Very easily.
Economic development. This one is what I call state control. For any of you that are fans of the Kevin Costner show that used to be filmed in Utah, moved up to Montana, and now it's being filmed again, or at least a prequel or something like that. This bill was basically designed to give the governor's office a little more leeway and to try to draw in these companies, mainly film, but some other industries as well. That, on top of that, is mostly geared toward, and most of the money is going to go toward rural Utah. Payson does not count for that, generally speaking. Rural is anything off the Wasatch Front except for St. George generally. This one just talks a little bit more, but they talk about targeted industries. One of those is film. State water policy, up until now, it had not included aquifer recharging. SUDMA did a study 3-4 years ago that this city participated in, many other cities in SUDMA participated in, and it talks about the aquifer that's in the south end of the county. Up until this year, though, the state hadn't been counting that. Highline Canal currently leaks nicely and recharges the aquifer quite nicely. Someday that'll be piped, though, and that will go away.
Jason, is that, I know Provo City had some time ago, a couple of years ago, had a special meeting for all those that wanted to come and talk about aquifer recharging, actually putting water back into the aquifer to be stored. Does this have any bearing on that, or is it the problem they expressed there was not a problem? They could measure how much they were putting in, but they were having a real hard time getting that water back out and justifying that this is their water. And so that was a concern that was expressed. And is that something that this addressed?
Yeah,
addresses?
the state water policy basically says that it says these are the sources of water that we say is for beneficial use to the public. This just goes one step further and adds that aquifer recharge. So meaning rainwater that doesn't go into stormwater systems or other systems that mainly, or anything else that just goes down into the ground. So when you guys water your lawns, eventually it can trickle all the way down. It takes a long time to get there, but it can do it.
So this is artificial recharging of it, nothing that proactive that cities are doing.
No, I think this, not the city itself. The state will start to work on plans to try to do that. Like I said, in the study that Suma did a couple of years ago, there was a couple of different spots. The main spot though, or the main source of that aquifer recharge was Highline Canal. Like I said, when that gets piped, that source will go away and then we'll have to get it other ways.
Central Utah Water is actively working on studying that right now, where I actually have bought property to help accommodate that. So,
yeah.
So we're actually working on aquifer recharge and managed aquifer storage, and that's part of our credo. So
One of the major reasons for doing that would be because it's not subject to evaporation and
that's the main reason is that we put water in reservoirs, and that's wonderful. And that's a great place to put it, but it evaporates. And so if we put it in an underground reservoir, we don't lose it.
Right.
So
it stays clean. It's a good source of water. In fact, that's where our wells tap into. Our drinking wells tap into that. So House Bill 70 is a public safety. Cities must offer to police and fire who are injured in the line of duty. This came about because of a couple of instances in some of the cities where basically a police officer was injured in the line of duty, permanent disability essentially is what it amounted to. And the cities didn't have any coverage for them. Workers' comp will go so far with it. But this provides that the cities will also participate in that. Government records fees, generally, Kim can attest to this. We cannot charge money for the first quarter hour. This one provides that we can, if it's a second or subsequent submission, and it's within, and it's not within 10 days, and it's not by a media representative. So meaning a few years, this last year, KSL and some of the other TV stations and news organizations were trying to get grandma requests from some of the bigger cities with regards to some of the police violations. We'll get to that at the very end of this, but this part just simply says the fees, but it does accept out media. So we can still get grandma requests from media that can be multi requests within a certain amount of time. We just hope we never get those. 118 wetland amendments. This simply just defines terms, requires land use authority, including counties, to provide copy of land use permits that affect wetlands to the Utah Geological Survey. And then it directs the Department of Natural Resources to publish those land permits on the website. Basically just makes it more easy accessible. Some people were complaining that they didn't have access to it. They didn't know what was affecting their property or the wetland nearby them. Uniform Easement Relocation Act. This is fairly new to Utah. This basically provides an easy way to relocate in some circumstances, not all circumstances, but in some circumstances, move the easement. This act is brand new, so if we get a request to do so, we will
we'll have to delve into it, but this does provide that. Local licensing, we lost the control of food trucks. Not in total control, but in the sense of we can't regulate them in quite a bit of areas, including licensing. So licensing on a food truck, if I have a food truck and I get a license in Salem or Spanish Fork, I do not have to now get a license for any other city I go to. One license will do. That's kind of a way to streamline it. There's still a few regulations that are okay, but basically a lot of them have been cut out. And then the second part of this is ATV businesses. I don't think we have any, I don't think Rocky Mountain counts as one, but there was some stickiness going on with a couple of the cities that had them. They were requiring quite a bit of stuff to just approve it. The state took that away, and basically now the state controls licensing of ATV businesses. That's businesses that rent ATVs or sell ATVs. So that's both. I think this may have partly come out of Moab, because what Moab was doing was, you know, of course, there's a lot of ATV rentals around Moab because of all the trails that you can go on. What was happening is they created a noise ordinance to prevent them from driving in the city limits. That got struck down, and that's where this comes from. Preference of water rights. This is a governor's kind of bill. Basically what this does is if there's a drought, then the government can come in and say, we need that water for specific uses. And those are listed up there, but emergency, any emergency or state emergency, water used for drinking, sanitation, generation of electricity, fire suppression has a preferential right and a priority in use. So we get all of a sudden we go to the top of the list if we need that. Retail facility incentives. This one was a big one. You recall what we did with Paris RV. We gave them an incentive, right? That is no longer the case. We cannot do that anymore. What we can do is we have to fit it under one of these two categories, purpose-based or recipient-based. Purpose-based is like for infrastructure, that kind of stuff. Recipient-based is moderate income housing is most of it, or low income housing is part of it. But what this requires is also some sort of component of transit, some sort of component of moderate income housing or low income housing, and then retail. What they're trying to do is create what I call mixed use zones, is what this really amounts to. Then you can give an industry or a retail business, you can give them incentives. We won't be using it a whole lot, I don't think, and going forward. It's very complicated to get into and to actually utilize.
So it remains that the state can do what they want as far as incentives, but they've taken that away from the cities and then tried to give us a carrot to.
Yeah, basically it's a carrot, and it's the idea of, it goes back to that moderate income housing. So what they're trying to do is they are trying to say, okay, we'll give you a little bit of a carrot through these exceptions, but it also has to be approved by the governor's office.
Yeah, but they didn't like it either, where people were trying to push the businesses.
Yeah, and the classic example of that is Costco and Spanish Fork. They pitted Spanish Fork and Springville against each other, and Spanish Fork ended up winning out to the chagrin of Springville. But those kind of things were what caused this issue to come up.
That's just the way the game's played, though. It's got to be the way it's played, but they've interceded and said, no.
This one is just a quick one, off-road safety, vehicle safety education. Anybody under 18 or anybody that does not have a driver's license, unless they're part of an organized tour, must take an online safety course to drive one of these things. And that includes four-wheelers or side-by-sides, whatever. Any ATV, it requires it. If it's being driven on the road, then it has to have a license plate, mirrors, and all that, blinkers and that kind of stuff.
Are they required to have a license on the road? They would have to have an automobile license if it's on the
Yes,
payment.
unless you're
Okay.
part of a tour, which some tours will start out, from their facility.
That's more of
on
a
the road
Moab
for-
thing.
Yeah, it's kind of Moab.
You have to be 18.
For some of the tours, I don't know. But it does require
So
a
when they're
safety
talking
course
about when you're
first.
seeing these little 12-year-old kids driving the little golf carts and stuff out in the road.
That's not legal, period.
Well, I know.
Anyway. This was another big one. I say it's under that category of water. Utah Lake Authority, I know we're not directly involved, but this created, instead of the commission, it created the authority. I went to a meeting on this during the legislative session, and we were getting a lot of pressure from the sponsor that said, well, if the cities don't want to jump in on board on this, we will just make it so that you're not on the board, period, and you have no say. So all the cities that border it, meaning basically Spanish Fork North, all the way around to at least Saratoga Springs, they all are a part of this. Now, the board has 8 city members. Its makeup has 8 city members and then a few members from other agencies, but those 8 cities do not include Lehigh. Lehigh is not part of it. It does include Spanish Fork, Provo, Orem. So your bigger cities along that. If you recall, part of this has to do with the phosphorus issue that now we have to upgrade our sewer plant. The other brouhaha that came up with this was the Lake Authority, whatever those guys were that want to build the islands. That's what this was thought to be just allowing. It doesn't quite go that far. In fact, it basically says that the cities have to check off on it, the board has to check off on it. And even then, the governor's office and the Department of Forestry has to check off on it. So there's quite a few things to go through to get
But
that.
didn't they've ruled that the state of Utah owns the lake bed itself.
It does. And so the legend for that, I'll get to that. There's a
That's where they
separate
got the
bill on that
control.
one. But yes, the governor's office and the legislature have to pass off on anything that happens to the lake bed itself, meaning islands built on top of it. House Bill 238 was Juneteenth was created by this, well, not created, but it was adopted by the state this year. Payson City adopted it a few weeks ago. And that actually is this weekend. And Father's Day is the actual day. It'll be celebrated on Monday. Juneteenth is when the emancipation happened a couple of years before, but it took that time for all the slaves to be freed. And finally in Texas, that's where it finally ended. And then a couple of years after the emancipation took place. So that's why Juneteenth is actually celebrated. 240 is Utah Lake. This is the lake restoration like you were talking about here.
Yeah.
This is the checkoff that is required in any land transaction that occurs in the lake bed. Secondary water metering. We already do this. We're not going to worry about this, but it basically puts on that January 1st, 2030. And cities that haven't done it have a lot to get done in a couple of years, in 8 years.
See, we didn't lie to the public. We told them this was coming.
In fact, there was money available in this bill, and I believe we've applied for it.
Yeah, we applied to get some reimbursement back.
Yeah.
This is the last year.
Municipal alternative voting methods. You recall, and basically this one is just what is canvassing? I think a lot of people didn't really understand what that was. So they changed it to ballot counting. It's pretty simple. I don't know if you really looked it up online, you'd probably figure out that canvassing is really just the counting of votes, but
We have a thesaurus bit.
capital assets related to water. This is water conservation. This basically requires that anybody, us, city, as long as we have capital facilities, we need to come up with a capital facilities plan on conservation of water as well.
Water-wise landscaping, in fact, this one made the news a whole bunch this summer, or this legislative session. You saw, and Bob's mentioned this, flip the strip. This is what's going to be happening, and this bill is limited to just the park strip itself. But HOAs and cities cannot tell people that they have to put lawn in there.
Which we didn't anyhow.
Yeah, we didn't.
So did you read the one about where someone went into zero scapes in the HOA and they made him take it out?
Yeah, which is totally against this bill.
So they could probably sue the
I
HOA.
know this is after the fact now.
No, this was just. recent.
No, this was fairly recent.
This was just recently. That go back to that one a little bit, but that's the big push. But just between you and me and a hole in the wall, it doesn't save that much water. There's a lot more things that have been done that save water, but it's a really good thing to say, okay, we're doing something. It's very visible, but it doesn't save that much water.
See, I like you already, Kurt.
It's
I'm
we
arguing zero escape doesn't save water.
there's a lot of the projects that have been done to save water, save hundreds of thousands of acre feet of water. This saves tens of thousands, tens of acres feet of water,
It doesn't
period.
save a ton. You're right.
So
But it's the cool thing to
but it's
do.
the cool thing to do when everybody sees it.
Yep. Well, and then when you go down to, you go down to Vegas, you go down to Phoenix, there are quite a few of these. And there's quite a few, like where the front lawn would be, there's that zero.
Yeah,
escape
see,
stuff.
in Nevada, they have turned everything that doesn't, they consider it, what do they call it?
If all they do is walk on.
If all they do is walk on it to mow it, they've taken it out. They've paid to take it out. And that has saved a lot of water because that's a strip of grass, 1.5 feet wide that goes around the circumference of the earth. So that is quite a bit, but that's a lot of grass to have taken out.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
and that gives, I don't know if any of you have looked into it, Bob may have.
They just.
But zero scaping can be quite expensive, depending on what you put in there.
Well, and then you do that around a house and the house gets a lot hotter and then you got to spend more money on the electricity. So you're trading one problem.
Which they're going to use the water to generate because they took out all our coal-fired power plants.
House Bill 303, I'm just going to read through this one. I normally don't read through these, but this one is quite extensive. Provides that a city may not require a developer to provide a certain number of moderate income housing units as a condition of land use approval. However, the city can provide those incentives that I mentioned earlier. That's what this kind of has to do. A city also may not deny a land use application based on developers' failure to provide moderate income housing units. However, there is an exception only for Park City and or Summit County. They're special up there. They get to do things that if you notice up in Park City especially, everything looks like it's, somewhere in Switzerland or Germany or something, right? They forced McDonald's, they forced all these businesses to change their look of them.
Took forever for me to find the Home Depot.
But nobody else now, especially nobody else can do that, really. You don't have those options anymore. And I don't think it's their fault. They wanted to maintain a certain look.
Mountainy.
Yeah, mountainy. If you've been to Bavaria in Germany, it looks similar. It's not quite, but then this is really small. Expanded some notice times. It provide that if somebody is complaining or wanting to present non-conforming use or non-complying structures, they must provide what's called substantial evidence. So that's more than a little bit. Most people were just saying it's been this. No, there has to be proof. I've had this property and this use on this property for 20, 30 years. Well, before you change the zoning. Eminent domain appraisal. This is interesting. Basically, it's if there hasn't been an appraisal done, because the way the market changes so quickly nowadays, then
within the last 90 days, you have to do again. And as any of you know, appraisals aren't cheap either, but it does require one, especially if there hasn't been one in the last 90 days, right before an offer is made, a settlement offer, but that's only after an eminent domain action has been filed. So in just a normal negotiation period prior to, it would be wise to at least have the one, but you're not required to have multiple during that time frame. Elected public body transparencies. Basically, this requires that in the minutes that Kim does, that she must now list out your votes, meaning Bob.
Oh, I saw it. We saw
It goes down in a list. She says yay or nay or yes or no. She lists them out now. I think she's done it for quite a while, actually, but bereavement leave. This was modified. People that suffer through a miscarriage or stillbirth now can take time. Public employees and or their spouses can take time off to bereave for this purpose. Utah housing affordability. So every year we are required to submit a form. You guys see it right before we submit it. It has to pass to council. That form traditionally has just said, tell us what you're doing about moderate income housing. This year it got a lot more complicated. There's a lot more we have to submit. There's a lot more check boxes and that kind of stuff. So this is a staff problem, and I'll work with staff to try to figure out how we can do this. But it is a hard deadline of October 1st. So we will probably bring this, we'll have to bring this to you sometime at the latter part, second meeting, probably in September. Senate bills, there's only a couple of these. Local elections. So if you recall, last time we had an election last year, we had everybody that ran unopposed. We canceled that. That is now the ability to do that now, is it just has to be done at least prior days, 20 days before that, before the election. And it can be done by resolution, which is what we did anyway, but Public Employees Protection Act. This is generally for most employees. So the term adverse was in the statute, and then they've changed it to retaliatory. Basically, for all your knowledge, I can now, if I'm an employee that's a protected employee and I'm retaliated against for whatever reason, I can now make a claim on that. So electric assisted bicycle use. This is not so much what the name implies. This basically is soft surface trails that are not on public land, federal public lands. They would like cities to try to create carve outs for electric wheelchairs and that kind of thing. My understanding to this is that no one in the state would ever tell someone that they cannot ride their electric wheelchair on public land, on a trail. I don't think ever a police department or anybody else would try to stop them. Real property recording. This is a small change, but a large change for us. Basically, when we record a plat, we have to now give a letter with that. Or we record a deed, we have to give a letter stating we approve of it. It's just more work essentially to do, but it's okay. Water, like I said, this is the whole idea of this one. 500 service connections, you must have a conservation plan. That's fine. Water is part of the general plan. This is by our Senator Mike McKell. Basically, this is water conservation added to our general plan. So we will need to add that because I don't know that we have it in there. But and then this is the last one. Housing and transit reinvestment zones. This is what I talked about a little bit with the station area plans. So Provo North all the way to is it Ogden or Brigham City?
Ogden right now.
Is it Ogden? All of them have currently, and some of them have multiples, especially when you get into the Salt Lake area, and then Provo and Orem also. Front runner stations, track stations, think about tracks. Tracks is mainly in the Salt Lake Valley area. And then BRT. BRT in Utah County currently is between BYU and UU. Well, that's the main part of it. When the people from UTA came here, they talked about those kind of options. Looks like they would rather for us, we will get a front runner station. So what the idea is that we need to create, and this will be down in the future, and hopefully somebody else has submitted a nice one, so we can look at it and copy it. We will have to create a station area plan for the interchange for the front runner station that we will eventually get. Now, if that comes to fruition in 40 years, we won't be doing it anytime soon. It just depends when we get word from UTA that it might come sooner. As soon as that happens, then we will go ahead and do this.
We're pushing for 5 years.
Yeah. I was gonna say they-
If we're pushing for 5 years, I say maybe in a year or so we start thinking about it. Because what we want to do is create as much as we can, some sort of component of a mixed use right around that rail station.
38 to 49 units per developable acre.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You think?
Yeah, we'll be revisiting the church property there at that proposed interstate.
But what the idea is, and first, cities have already had it. I mean, I can think of a couple of cities probably that were, there's a couple of parts of Salt Lake near some of the stations that probably would be okay. But there's a whole bunch of places, stops along the way, if you take it from it all. There's a whole bunch of them that don't really have it. In fact, Lehi's station sits near nothing really. There's some housing. It's housings. It's single family homes. It's not high density. Sure. It may have to be soon.
I don't know that I want the train station anymore.
North end of town, it would be all right.
Yeah. And then this one is a big one for not only the police, but any other city employee. When a criminal investigation or an internal investigation is happening, and if there is a possible criminal element to it, then the police department, normally from their people, give what's called a Garrity warning. A Garrity warning simply says that if I fill out this statement, my statement cannot be used against me in a criminal action. So recently, you may have seen something come up in Salt Lake. The DA's office reviewed some additional evidence that was presented to them as part of a grandma that was given to them as part of a grandma request in a civil case. Unfortunately, because the guy signed a Garrity statement, they couldn't use any of it against him in a criminal case, so they couldn't file it. And it's not, I say, unfortunately, in some respects, it really is a great protection because what we need is the information, right? Now, if it is a criminal element, they're dealing drugs or something, yes, we would like that to stop. We probably should put them away, that kind of stuff. But so there was some brouhaha on this because of the fact that several cities in Salt Lake County were getting grandma requests. And some cities were saying, okay, we'll give it to you. Some cities were fighting it. And the records ombudsman's office said, no, you have to give it. And then that's when this bill came up. Basically, the bill says that if it's a Garrity statement, it is a protected record and it does not have to be disclosed. And it should not be disclosed. So and that's all I have. Any questions?
I guess there'll be no questions.
Clapping for that, but
I should have scheduled my colonoscopy.
Okay.
Hey, Mayor,
Yes,
can I make a motion to amend the agenda that we take the people that are here as private
I was
entities
waiting for that.
to, I'm just gonna make a motion that we amend the agenda, that we do action items 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Why don't we just let the mayor move at his discretion?
Move at your discretion, however you want me to do it.
I second that motion.
Okay, can we do all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
We all voted yes on that one.
So
We apologize to you. I mean, it doesn't usually take us that long to get past the very first item on our.
So we starting at 4? Is that where we're starting, Mike?
Your
Okay.
discretion, Mayor.
Yes, well, okay. I just want to make sure I start where we want to start.
But Audrey was here. She's ready to present.
Yeah, she is. That's the problem with Audrey.
She just wants to write off stuff that she can't.
Yeah, yeah. We'll get to you as quick as we can, Audrey. Okay, Mike, we're ready for you. Number 4, final plat approval of Arrowhead Ranch Plat B.
Okay, so just a few details about the property. I think everyone's well aware of where it is, east of the Arrowhead Trail Road.
How
There's-
does that work? Arrowhead Trail runs east to west.
It runs at a diagonal.
It runs north.
It runs diagonal north, south.
We need maps.
Okay, Brett, come on, let's speed it up.
When I get out of that, head east.
Okay. Okay, Mike.
The parcel there, approximately 28.08 acres. The request is for 100 dwelling units on that space. The zone is the current zoning is the R1 7.5. It was annexed as part of the DAE annexation a few years back. And at this time, they are seeking that final plat approval for Plat B. Here you go. This is how come it's east is the road is
That's still south.
right here, and this is east. So that is the parcel there. This is Plat B. As you can see, there's two portions to it, section here and a section here with various lot sizes to them. I put at the top here, there's a total of 58 twin home units and 42 low and medium density units in the range of 7,500 square feet to, I believe it was 9,000 square feet.
So 75 is the lowest?
Of the single family, yes.
Okay.
Should I wait?
Make my entire week too.
No, you're fine.
So staff recommends the final approval on Arrowhead Ranch Plat B with the accompanying plat that we've shared. The only comment that we would want to make on that is that just to keep in mind that it's only Plat B with the 100 lots that we are recommending to be approved at this time. So the possible actions, as always, is to approve, to deny, or to remand back to staff.
So did we like approve this a while ago? Like, yeah, how long ago has it been?
So did we approve the preliminary with these numbers, or is this the request for the numbers?
This is the final.
But what did we approve before?
I am not sure. I was not here at that time. Robert, do you recall, or Jill?
Plat B is consistent with the preliminary plan.
Okay.
Okay, because we were,
It has been a while.
I'd say 4
5
years.
years?
No.
No, I
No.
wasn't here for it.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. The applicant is here if you want
I
to
was
hear
just going to
from
mention
them.
that. Yep.
But
Is it
if you
Ross?
don't have any questions, then you're welcome to make any.
Either,
motions.
you know, I've got Ross Holiday here, but whoever needs to come on up, come on and introduce yourself if you would. Just be mindful of our time constraint too, if you can.
Never goes in the right way the first time. You have to put it in 3 times. USB. Doesn't get turned over, doesn't get turned over. Yeah, it's just 3 sides.
It's not sharing, of course.
Are these all private roads?
No. So, sorry, my name is Greg Wall. And just to introduce myself before I introduce the project, I work for Avenue Consultants. It's an.
Could you make sure you're speaking of that?
Speaking of
There
the
we go.
microphone so everyone can hear. Sorry.
Fine.
My name is Greg Wall. I work for Avenue Consultants, which is an engineering firm. We actually did the master transportation plan for Payson City. So we enjoy working here. The project Arrowhead Ranch, the management has retained Avenue. I'm the project manager. But this area here is an architectural rendering of what the approach into the development is planned to look like. And I want to be able to go to the next slide or the next page. Great, thank you. So tonight we're considering Plat B, but we wanted to give you a sense of where that fit in the overall development. So the overall development's 126 acres. It's planned to have 557 total home sites, and there's 8 different phases or plats. And so you'll be seeing more of these come through in future city council meetings. Plat A and Plat C will probably be very soon. This is kind of the layout of Plat B. Lots 1 through 58 in this area are twin home lots. So they're platted as individual lots with a single home, but they share a common wall on the interior property line. And then the lots over here, the annexation agreement said they needed to be 7,500 square feet. Most of them are, all of them are at least 8,200 square feet. And then the lots on the south needed to be 8,000 square feet, and those are over 8,000 square feet. Most of them are about 8,300.
What goes in Plat 8 and then the like high-rise apartments?
No.
Townhomes, yep.
Because that's not a bad sized lot at 5,000
No, it's
square feet
pretty nice lot.
Yeah.
for each one of those.
And it's bigger than what the annexation agreement required at the 4,500. So we tried to make them a good sized lot that would be appealing for homeowners.
The problem is bringing these little maps and they look really small and tight to us, and we apologize. So we have to think our way through it.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So this is the lot breakdown for the entire project. We're considering Plat B tonight. And so there's 58 of the twin home lots, 18 of the what's called the HDR lots, which is 7,500, even though all of them are at 8,200. And then 24 of the 8,000 square foot lots, and most of those are at least 8,300. One of the requests that we're making with the Plat B approval tonight is kind of relates to a vote that you had several weeks ago. We coordinated with the planners on that to do a zone text amendment. But the lot setbacks for a typical lot are 25 feet in the front, 25 feet in the back, and then 8 feet on either side. This is what will apply to the single family lots that are not twin home lots. But on the twin home lots, what we're proposing, let's see if I can scroll down a little bit, is a twin home that when you normally think of a twin home, you look at it and most of the front facade is a garage and most of the front yard is a driveway, because there's 2 driveways to 2 2-car garages. But there's a twin home product that we're proposing where the garage is the common wall rather than the living portion. and the garage is set back and the living portion of the home is pulled forward. It's called a porch forward design, and it allows kind of a better walking feel to the community. But one of the main reasons for the 25-foot setback is so that a large truck can sit in the driveway without having the trailer hitch.
That was one of my, I'm sure that's one of the questions the council had, because we need at least 25 feet.
Right.
25-foot driveway, but the front of the house is only a 10-foot setback.
Right. So if you look right here, all of the garages we're proposing will still have at least a 25-foot setback from the front of the lot, but we want to be able to pull the living space closer to the road. So the setbacks that we're proposing would be 10 feet on the front, 10 feet on the rear, and then 5 feet on the open side. The interior side would abut, sorry, the interior side right there would abut, but then 5 feet on the outside as well. But we allowed more of a side setback on the corner lots because there's a street there, so it would be 15 feet. But this is what the vision is for the community. With this porch forward design, you have a narrower driveway, so it doesn't take up as much of the front facade, but it widens to go to where the garages attach. And it's still a 2-car garage on each home, but it allows the front of the home with the porch forward design to be closer to the sidewalk, but there's still a good size backyard in each home.
I'm noticing they're not cookie cutter. Is this actually the way they will look? They're all different kind of.
That's our
Or is it-
intent.
Okay.
It's not going to be like the Truman Show where you've got all of the same thing over.
Well, we see a lot of the Truman Show around here. That's why we ask.
So, but it's kind of an innovative design with the twin home concept. And in order to make it work, we are requesting the modification to the setbacks, which is now allowed with the new zone text amendment. So here are some other architectural renderings of the facades of the twin homes. This one's a little bit different because the garage is not set back as far, but we'd still propose the minimum 25 feet.
Single car.
Double car garage, so 2-car garage.
10 feet from the sidewalk is what you're requesting, correct?
Right, so the
So the 11 feet.
Yeah, from back of.
Most strip and stuff is still there. So the front of the house is still 21 feet from in front of it.
correct, so it's a standard 60-foot right-of-way road. So there's a 2-foot curb and gutter, a 6-foot landscape strip, and a 5-foot sidewalk. And that's the edge of the city right away right there. So the property line starts at the back of the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
what we're proposing is the 10 feet for the porch area at the front of the home from the
We'll give
back
them a
of the
choice.
sidewalk. And so that kind of is some renderings of the twin home concept, lots 1 through 58. The remainder of the 100 lots in phase B are single family home concepts. And these are just some architectural renderings of what they might look like. The lots are at least 79 feet wide, so they're wide enough for a 3-car garage. Some of these renderings just show a 2-car garage, but there's enough room for a 3-car garage. Some of these are ramblers as well, but all of the lots would be able to accommodate a 2-story home like that one. We thought it might be good to show one that was actually under construction from the rendering, so you can see what it looks like compared to the rendering itself. This is a 3-car garage one, but this would be similar to the type of homes on the single family lots that are not the twin homes. And so just kind of to wrap it up, the annexation agreement specified some things like connectivity through the grid system, active transportation, the complete streets, walkable philosophy, and we've incorporated that into the design. The general plan for this area is governed by the Arrowhead Ranch specific plan, and the lots and the plat are consistent with that general plan. And then the standard of review, this is final plat approval, and it's an administrative action. And basically what you're voting on is that it satisfies the requirements of the zone, which it does, and it's consistent with the land use, which it is. It's been reviewed by the staff, and the staff's recommended approval. So We have worked, it's been noted, it's been a while. We've worked very diligently. We appreciate the staff. We've had meetings with the city planners, the city engineers, the community development director, the fire chief, the city attorney, and we've made a lot of modifications and tweaks to try and get everything to work. So we're very excited about it, and we would ask for you to vote in favor of it. But we wanted to open some time. If there are any questions, we're happy to answer.
Chief Bishop, are you good with all the accesses and in and out? Okay.
I don't know if I love the bridge thing, but that's.
Teresa, sorry, I didn't.
We'll make sure it's high enough so you don't scrape if you're.
How much wetlands are in there?
So in the overall development of the 126 acres, we had an initial wetlands delineation done, and we had to, or we decided to update it. And when it was updated, 17.2 acres fewer of wetlands were delineated as wetlands compared to initially. And I brought a big stack of papers so I would have this handy. But I can tell you the exact number of acres of wetland. If I can find my wetland delineation paper. I remember the 17.2 acres. Well, I must be getting close because this is the last one.
Maybe while you're looking,
Okay.
I could have staff explain to me something that I've just been troubled to death about out there.
Okay. Sure.
The sewer. Period, the end. Robert or Jill, help me understand the sewer out there. Yep, how long are we gonna dump it into Salem City? Forever? There's never a plan that we're gonna lift it and push it back to Payson?
Right now, we could.
Do we have that agreement with Salem City?
For 1,500 units total.
Forever?
So how did that?
I thought that was just Harvard.
Units that we already do.
These guys are 557 when they're built out. And how many's Harwood?
Yeah.
Almost 2/3 of the way through it, so we gotta have a plan in place eventually.
We did take into consideration Arrowhead Ranch and Arrowhead Park.
It's really frustrating.
Did you?
Yeah, they actually are named in the interlocal agreement. It's based on the geography that it's draining.
I
So,
couldn't find anything in here of that. That's why I'm asking.
yeah, I've got a copy of the interlocal agreement if anyone is interested in seeing it. So
Bob, if the city ever had a lift station, I'd be saying they need to.
I know.
The capacity.
Phase two, but they that's what we entered into.
Especially with the BYU project getting ready to go online.
Well, he looks, Travis, I have an unrelated question.
well, I apologize.
I'll ask you later.
I did a tally of the open space and we had the wetlands delineated, so I can email that exact number to staff.
Is it drastically different than the 17.2? I mean, whatever.
So the way that the annexation agreement was set up, there was a target lot size. And with the 17.2 additional acres, we filled that with the 10,000 square foot lots, the number that we could fit. So,
Mostly on that east.
Mhm.
far east side.
right, yeah.
If you
This,
recall his map, they kind of showed the overall layout, most of that.
I've got it pulled up.
yeah. So
Brett, did you have something else you wanted to follow up with?
I had to do it, Salem and Payson.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah, the wetland, this originally in the delineation, this area here was considered wetland, but when we updated it, they found that it was surface water draining to it rather than water coming up underneath it. So our wetlands delineator has submitted that to the Army Corps of Engineers, and that area, when we submit for Plat E, that area will be lots rather than wetlands.
Okay.
I remember as a young feller that being a lot of white out there.
Didn't you?
I can remember. So,
But it's dry now.
Yeah.
East side, that is the side.
I
of the
said
road
I
we're on.
remember as a young feller.
yeah. Okay, are there any other questions that we'd want answered? And staff is recommending that we accept this, right? Okay, unless there's any or more questions, I'm ready for a motion.
I have one more.
Oh, good. Go.
Kurt,
Go.
Planning and zoning looked at this. Was there any modifications or
A
something?
long time ago, planning and zoning looked at this. So as far as just make sure that there are services and plan in place to move through the plats in a manner that made sense. So,
In a time, you didn't say time.
no, timely. Timely's too.
So I guess following up on a question that Teresa asked with the wetlands, there's not going to be any surprises that all of a sudden you have to reduce the size of the lots. These lot sizes are going to stay consistent.
So yeah, with the annexation agreement, it specified a target lot size, and that was agreed to be the average.
Okay.
And what we did with we kind of began with the end in mind, and that's part of the reason that it's taken a long time. It's so flat out there. There were some sewer conflicts, so we did a conceptual lot layout for all of the phases with the tally of the lots in all of the phases. And we made sure that we were hitting the lot area from the annexation agreement.
Okay.
So,
okay, any other questions? Okay, if not, then on this item number 4, the final plat approval of Arrowhead Ranch Plat B, I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the final plat of Arrowhead Ranch Plat B.
Is there a second?
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
With the satisfaction of staff suggestion.
Is that okay with your?
Good, great.
Okay.
Was there
I'll
also
second
the-
that. Oh, sorry.
Was there also the need for the setback adjustment for the twin
Oh,
home?
yeah.
To make sure that setback that you mentioned 10 feet and 25.
Was
Okay.
there also that?
We got that on record. Is that enough, or does Linda have to repeat it? Is it okay? Okay, we got it then.
Would you still second that?
I guess I will now. Back into the corner.
Okay, we have a motion has been seconded. Roll call vote starting with Council Hyatt.
Yes.
Council Proscard,
Yes.
Council Carter,
Yes.
new council. Beecher.
Beecher, yes.
Bueller.
Council Christensen.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. And I believe this number 5 is connected to that. Is that right? No, it's a new one. Okay, go ahead. Mike, do you need to come up?
So take a moment. Let me load this one.
5 and 6 are connected, yeah. As soon as we get done with 5 and 6, I'm gonna have Audrey come up. I don't, she'd been in and out a little bit.
So this is the Walcott subdivision. They're requesting,
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, appreciate you.
they're requesting the RMO1 2-family residential overlay. Address approximately 327 North, 500 East.
Do I need to disclose at this point in time that this property is literally in my backyard?
That would probably be wise.
Thank you for doing that.
Supposed to do it. I just didn't know when.
You were perfect.
So it's in the R175 residential zone, which allows for the RMO two-family residential overlay. History on the property a little bit. It's a pretty large lot for a single-family lot at 0.285 acres. And it received positive recommendation from the Planning Commission after the public hearing on the 25th of May. This is what it looks like, the area there. You can see the pinpoint. That's the property. And then this is the plat map. I already mentioned this already. There's the address. There was some negative comment at the public hearing, but despite that negative comment, Planning Commission recommended a positive recommendation for approval.
It was in my backyard. No, you know.
Not in my backyard.
I can fill in. There was more than just myself that had complained. Part of the concern that I've had in the past is the way the topography of the area sits. And I believe that Brad Downey is online. He is the petitioner, the one that owns this current lot. I had a good talk with him today, but they're actually looking at the development will have it'll be a 3-story house out the backside, 1-story house out the front of the house because of the fall from where the road is to where the dirt actually lands. His developer says, well, we might have to put an 18-foot tall ceiling in the basement. And he's like, no, let's just make that a 2nd story, you know? So that's been the concern. The old home's been there since the early 1900s. It's going to tower over the top of it. Those were the concerns. The two, having it as a twin home, there were a lot of people in our conversation earlier today in our work session. There are a lot of twin homes in the area. It's hard to argue that we can't have this there. It's a viable location for it. My only concern is the distance setback from the other house and the height that it'll end up. There's no final plat there, so we don't know what we're looking at this point in time. But I know that the Ingrams on the corner are anxious to get it moving forward because their sewer doesn't drain. And as part of this, the development, the Whatcott should have, before the subdivision was completed, done the improvements to it, and they have not been done. So there's a lot of variables and factors in here that are at play. I probably will just abstain from the vote, but that was the gist of the conversation that went on with the public on that matter. Does anybody have any other questions?
But I would concur with what Councilman Christensen has said. That's what happened in Planning Commission. So
yeah,
I was there.
But yeah, there were 3 of us who were there.
Yeah. So
You know, and I think the comment that was made by the folks that were kind of opposed to it, that were sitting there as that discussion progressed up here, is that, well, even if they build a single family home, it's going to be that high.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is part of the concern that
So,
it's.
I guess that's what they had resigned to was, you know what, no matter what, even if it is a single family.
I had even suggested just doing a single family and putting an
Because of the
auxiliary dwelling unit under it. But I honestly think that after talking with the landowner today, I can see the logic in just doing it this way. Still not super excited to have it in my backyard, but it's say lovey.
Okay. Unless
He's the owner, yeah. No.
unless there's other council discussion, I'm ready for a motion on the request for the use of RMO -12 two-family residential overlay to allow a duplex / twin homes associated with the Whatcott subdivision Plat B at 327 North, 500 East.
And for the final plat approval.
Yeah, we want to link them together. We'll go ahead.
That's right.
I'll-
Sorry. It's all in one presentation, but yeah, 2 separate.
Okay,
things.
we have to have
Sorry.
2. Okay, good.
Can I see that plat before we move on?
So that's a small version of it. I can pull it up larger if you want to see it.
That's what it looked like last time.
Okay,
Yeah, it hasn't changed.
okay, then I'm ready for a motion.
Had to remind myself.
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve the RMO 1 two-family residential overlay to allow a twin home associated with the Whatcott Plat subdivision Plat B at 327 North 500 East.
Okay, have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, have a motion that's been seconded. Roll call vote starting. I know you say you may abstain, but I need you to say that. That's Council Christensen.
I'll abstain. from
Okay,
voting.
Council Beecher,
Yes.
Council Carter,
Yes.
Council Prosgaard,
Yes.
and Council Hyatt. What's your vote?
You need additional information added to that staff?
Allow me to make another motion on the second one then.
Okay, if this one's going to die from lack of a, well, of course, we have to go through. What's your vote? And then we'll yeah.
3-1, and my vote doesn't count.
It's th-
Yeah.
Okay, motion carries on number 5.
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve the amendments to the Whatcott subdivision Plat B, Lot 2, 327 North, 500 East, with the note that they meet staff recommendations as noted. Does that cover it, Teresa? Robert? Okay.
Okay,
That's my motion.
okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion has been seconded, starting with Council Hyatt.
Yeah.
Council Prosgaard.
Yes.
Council Carter,
Yes.
Council Beecher,
Yes.
Council Christensen.
I'll abstain.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, this time I'm going to use my powers to deviate from what's that? I'm going to try to get Audrey in here.
Okay.
Audrey, come on up.
She falls asleep.
Resolution authorizing the city treasurer to write off a certain uncollectible debt.
We're so anxious to go in the hole tonight.
Yes. Sorry it's taking us so long.
We just liked your bright shining face in the audience. That and you were keeping Travis awake.
Yeah, trying. Let's see. I guess Kim will give me access to present.
Wow. You're not.
Because otherwise this is really boring.
There is that little issue.
Won't be boring if we posted his name.
That would be way more exciting. Can we request that as a grandma? This is only 3 slides. Why didn't we do this a
I know,
long time
it
ago?
is- It is really small. I don't know how I can't see it. There we go. All right. So every year we go through our uncollectible accounts for our utility billing and we come up with accounts that are either needing to go to collections, they're deceased or bankrupt. And so this is the comparison between 2021 and 2022 fiscal year. Last year, we wrote off 19,686.94. This year, we're proposing to write off 27,779.58. It is 41% higher. And I guess the explanation behind that is we're just growing in multifamily housing. That's primarily what it is. 20% relates specifically to Eversage and Ridgestone.
So what?
Eversage and Ridgestone.
And so if you look at the breakdown, this is homeowners, landlords, renters, commercial renters, and commercial owners. We didn't have any commercial owners this year to write off, but we have 75% of our write-off is due to renters, 5% to landlords, 9% to homeowners, and 11% to commercial renters.
So would the good landlord program help this, Jason?
It wouldn't, would it?
No.
Do you guys take a big deposit?
So we were requiring a deposit of $150 regardless, but we switched over to a direct, if people sign up for direct deposit when they sign up for utilities, then we waive the $150 deposit. Because when people sign up for direct deposit, we have a lot fewer collections, returns, etc. So we don't have so much of a deposit unless people start forfeiting their direct pay. And once they have 2 direct pay returns, then they are required to pay the $150 deposit.
Do we look at their background when we don't do it?
We don't do references. We do not check their, we don't run credit checks on their social
We need to look
security
at this
numbers.
as a council, because a 41% increase year over year.
And it's gonna
I'm
get
not
just
willing to
worse, 'cause
suffer
that's
that.
what we're having. That's what they built.
I thought we were looking at changing the utility bills had to be in the name of the owner of the property.
Yeah, we realize that is, it's not likely to happen.
No.
The reason why I say that is when we started to do some research on it, the cities that are doing it, including Orem, do not have electric service. So Rocky Mountain handles just about everybody else for SCSD. So that's been the problem, is we don't have any way to control power. All of this is power. It's not generally the other utilities, because when they live in an apartment complex like Eversage or Bridgestone. Thinking tires. When they're in these, the only thing that they're responsible for, because the HOA pays the rest of it, the only thing they're responsible for is the electric. So this is purely, when it's a renter, it's purely electric. Renters, part of the problem with renters is oftentimes they switch jobs quite frequently, as you've heard. The great resignation's been happening in a lot of places. These are not generally going to be your gig worker. I mean, they could be gig workers. These are not people that are probably working up in Lehigh or anything like that. What these guys are mostly, they have lower paying jobs. Some of them are scraping by. I know that in talking to Cheryl, there was a few that are getting assistance to housing assistance. So it happens. This debt, I think, in all honesty, is just being in business. There's not a lot we can do to the good landlord program. You've asked about it.
Yeah.
That program is really designed for places that have a lot of crime.
Right. And that's why
It's to get the landlord to clean it up, to get rid of the riffraff and get rid of the criminals and rent to decent people.
correct. That makes sense.
That's what that
Kind of like
program is for.
resorting.
Is there
Knowing that they're dealing
any way we
with
could
drugs and not gonna
do,
make it.
switch it up a little bit and do prepay kind of stuff, or does that not work
You
the way
can
it's
do-
billed?
Well, for instance, bankruptcies, once we get the notice of bankruptcy, we can actually charge a larger deposit. Usually, the way it was done in Smash Fork was like, I can't remember, it's like 3 months, an average of 3 months worth. And that was required for a security deposit, because you're writing off some debt through the bankruptcy court, and now we get to charge you more because we don't trust you anymore. We can charge higher fees. We would just have to adjust those. But
Right.
we
Well, I'm
could
not
charge higher
interested in,
fees.
I don't want to drive them out. I mean, it's,
Higher deposits.
I don't want them to have to come get food out of the food bank because we break them to get their power to them. But I mean, if it's averaging, I mean, we do equal pay. We kind of know what they are. We could just pre-charge and they come in instead of the 150 deposit, they pay the first months. And I don't know. I'm just trying to think
There
these
may be
through
a
and
route.
policies way.
A bigger deposit. You could run into issues with bigger deposits, though. It may be harder for them.
Maybe staff could research that and see if it is warranted to do a bigger
I think we
project.
need to look at it. Audrey, if I'm not mistaken, don't we pay a pretty major percentage to a collection agency?
Yeah, it's like 3%.
Oh, it's only 3?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think even writing this off, I think collection agencies still try to go after it. So they may still collect some money.
Yeah.
When we send it to collection agency, they bump it up 35% to cover their fee. So we should get, if it gets collected, we should get all the money that's owed to us.
And honestly, I mean, I've been up here for 4.5 years. This number doesn't look bad to what it was when we first got here.
Yeah.
It was,
In the grand scheme of percentage, this is not a very high percentage of.
it's a
Right.
lot higher than last year, but
Yeah,
4 years ago, it seemed like it
41%.
was. Yeah, but we
Audrey,
were-
do you know what has it been before?
41% from last year.
So
this
last year was significantly lower than previous years, and we think that's due to
COVID.
COVID. Yeah, the
There was also-
assistance,
there was
Stimulus
also the
money.
federal government was-
stimulus
Well, and
payment.
there was a protection on landlords couldn't evict for non-payment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and that meant utilities probably were being, because utilities are a lot cheaper than the rent, so I'll pay those.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was happening a lot. That's why I think you can almost throw out 2020 as a COVID year, essentially is what it amounts to. And once you
it's-
get past that, then things start to change a little.
It seems to me that 2 or 3 years ago, it was $40,000 to $60,000.
That's
It
what I
was.
was
And
thinking.
even 5 years ago, it seemed like it might even hit 6 digits. It was a lot of money. So this
Yeah.
really isn't bad considering we're under 30
Just that
grand.
it's a
but
big jump from 2021.
Yeah, we just don't want to start backsliding into it.
Right. And
So
a big portion of the change is because we're starting to do in-house payment arrangements. They're collecting, I mean, last year they collected 15,000 in-house before sending to collections. So that makes a big difference. And this year, 18,000 was collected after the fact by collection agencies. So it does help. It seems like one way or another, some areas are going up while others are going down, but the staff are definitely pushing and trying harder to work with people. And we did actually take Spanish Fork's approach when we switched to no deposit required if they sign up for direct pay. Working with their treasurer, they had a significant decrease in uncollected accounts due to that. So that's one reason we switched to that, but we could go back to requiring the deposit if we wanted to do that.
It's working. Let's stick with
Yeah,
it.
let's keep going.
Conversation. I say let's let it ride for a year and see where we're at
See what-
next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe make some adjustments.
Okay, then are you ready for a motion? I am.
I am.
I'll make a motion that we, what is it we got to do here?
Authorize the. city-
Authorize the city treasurer to write off these certain uncollectible debts.
Second that with the connotation as noted.
Okay.
I pointed.
We have a motion and a second on this resolution, writing off uncollectible debt. Council Christensen,
Yes.
Council Beecher,
Yes.
Council Carter,
Yes.
Council Proscar,
Yes.
Council Hyatt.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you for being patient with us, Audrey. Okay, we'll go on to number 7. Ordinance Hyde Creek Plat C zone change at 1130 South, 1950 West from A5H annexation holding zone to RMF 10 multifamily residential zone. Mike?
So this is kind of a vicinity map of the Utah County parcel map you can see there. Approximately 1130 South, 1950 West. There's the parcel number there. They're requesting the RMF 10 residential multifamily zone. But one thing to point out with that is here in the history, they just recently came to City Council to do a general plan amendment to amend the plan from 3 units per acre to 6 units per acre. So staff just wants to make sure that you're aware of that, while the RMF 10 will allow for up to 10 units per acre. So our recommendation would be for a development agreement to be in place that would only allow up to the 6 units per acre.
And that's how Planning Commission looked at it as well.
Correct.
So
And as you can see there, the public hearing was on the 25th of May with a positive recommendation for approval. A little bit better perspective on where this is with the aerial map there. A previous request for the same zoning designation was made on the adjacent parcel here, and that was approved in March of this year. Just to note, engineering staff have voiced a few concerns related to utility capacities. They've stated that this project would be fine, but future developments may need to have additional utility upgrades to handle capacity there. So to conclude, staff is recommending this zone change be approved as presented with the development agreement at 6 units per acre.
Any discussion? Okay, I'm ready for motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve the Hyatt Creek Plat C zone change located 1130 South, 1950 West from A5H Annex Holding zone to the RMF 10 multifamily residential zone based on the findings of staff and approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
And add the development agreement that lists 6 units per acre.
Yes, I do.
Then I'll second it.
Okay, have a motion been seconded. Roll call vote. Council Hyatt. Council Proscott.
He's already helping me. Yes.
Council Carter.
Yes.
Council Beecher.
Yes.
Council Christensen.
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, unless there's some objection, we'll go to back to action item, public hearing / resolution amendments to the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget. Kathy?
Still got a whole page.
I know.
Here's a 3-pager. A whole freaking page left.
Yeah.
We're starting with the first page. We're going on 4 hours. We're heading to 4 hours, Dave.
That's why I told the one gentleman, hey, we got some time constraints here.
It's 5 hours. Came at 5. Oh, yeah, we are.
Yeah, you did. We laughed at you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a motion that anytime we go after 2.5 hours, Dave Tuckett buys dinner.
I'll second that.
I think you get a second on that.
See, you got it all down there.
We're looking at that anyway. We're looking at-
Well, quit looking.
If it's more than 3 pages, for sure.
This is the mayor's second potty trip. That's how we're gonna start judging council meetings. Poor mayor.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, this is the last budget adjustment for the year.
You
So
sure?
hopefully, I hope so. Well, yeah, for the fiscal year. Oh, sorry, I have the wrong year up there. I meant that for the
Gotta
fee
go clear back
adjustments.
to the first page.
Okay, so for this year, the first one is a down payment on a Dowdle puzzle project. That'll be 37,500, and then we'll put the balance in the next year's budget. The next 6 items are all police items. And what happened is the police department turned in a leased vehicle and they got a redemption on that. So that's going to fund a lot of these projects. The first one is just various expenses for $2,600. Police overtime, they received a grant for $8,500. Safety equipment for a drug box in the front office. And what we're asking for is a camera. It's required to have a camera on the drug box, but also the ladies up front have indicated that they're having a lot more aggressive customers coming in. So we just want to protect them a little bit so that they can have a sense of safety with that.
That drug box is for the drugs that the staff need to take to deal with us.
I'd ask Brad about that one. The next is increase in fuel costs, $31,000. A new leased vehicle, we're getting a new police officer next year, so we're hoping we can get an additional vehicle in this budget for $60,500. And then also has to be done before June 30, so
So when we renewed our lease this year, our leasing company suggested that we order the vehicles early so we know we wouldn't get any. So we ordered a bunch and they came a little too early. And so we had to turn some back, but we ended up getting more profit from them. So we had to lease another one. So that's just kind of an offset. So it's really, we ended up getting about $90,000 profit back on some of the vehicles we did. So that covered our fuel.
Why don't we do that more often then?
I think
Because
that's
we
the
can't
goal,
get
isn't
cars.
it?
You what? We can't get cars. We still have a couple out there that we don't know if we're gonna get. So
No, and I understand that. I know people
buying
order and
bus
they get offered
passes.
big bucks to leave them at the dealership.
So the last item for the police is $550. They received a donation and the donee just requested that he could follow it through the system. So that's why we added it to this budget adjustment. The next few are going to be for the recreation and the pool. The pool and the recreation departments have done extraordinarily well. They've expanded their programs, but with that comes added expense. And so this is kind of the offset to that expense. Pool repairs for $25,000, pool supplies for $10,000, and a good bulk of that is chlorine. Carl indicated that chlorine is going for over $4 a gallon, correct? Right now. So it's just really pricey. Yeah, yeah. Recreation overtime. So throughout the city, we've kind of had some trouble filling some positions. So a lot of the full-time in recreation or help offset that. And so they get some overtime pay. Expanded programs again in the youth sports for $80,000 and adult sports $20,000. Do you want to add anything, Carl, or?
No, programs are, I think from the revenue, we were targeting 385, and I think we brought it 595 or something like that for the program.
So I'm confused. If they're in parentheses, is it money coming in or money going out?
That's just how much we're budgeting for the increase in expense.
So it's money going out.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well,
So I just wanted to offset it, highlight it somewhere. Yes, yes. So cemetery backhoe lease, Wes just discovered this this last week and came in with this lease payment that we needed to make an adjustment for. We hadn't anticipated. Miss Payson scholarship, there was some problems paying the scholarship last year. And so this year we paid $2,500 towards that scholarship. And this is just to keep Miss Payson whole because we allocate $7,000 a year for scholarships for them. This is the only RDA item, and I'm sorry that you have to hold that meeting for just this one thing, but we have the Walgreens economic incentive, and I think it's going to outpace what we budgeted, so we put in an additional $4,800. Transfer fund balance to Main Street. This is 3.4 million, and there's going to be an offset to that. This is just the transfer we recognize as an expense. So this is to allow $1 million of fund balance from the utility fund to be transferred to the capital fund so that we hopefully stay within 35% of revenue so we don't get written up. I can't guarantee that. That's using our best projections, what we've got right now, but hopefully that'll do it for us.
Yeah, so we're trying to transfer some money into capital projects that doesn't get to the general fund. If we're over 35% in fund balance, we get written up. I don't mind getting written up. It's a good write-up. But this would maybe help that.
Okay.
I'm really glad to see us using some of that fund balance for Main Street. I'm super excited. After that meeting, that was good. I think it'll
Great.
really revitalize our city.
We still don't have even an estimate cost, do we?
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah, it was 3,400 along with the 5 million we got from the state. That should cover it.
We should get it done all the way up to 7th.
Yeah, now, once we get.
Once we get actually
put out
bid.
the bid, yeah, who knows, but that, right now, that's their estimate. We're getting the contractor on board in the next little bit, month or so, yeah, next 30 days.
Okay.
And those numbers are pretty fine.
Okay, this is $150,000 for 800 South Mill and overlay. Kent just wanted to save on some mobilization costs, so he wanted to finish up that project while they were already out there. Again, this is the offset, the $3.4 million. This is recognizing the expense in the fund itself. In the water department, they sold a van, a truck, and some scrap metal. They needed to replace a truck. So that's $37,000 for that truck. In the power, you probably remember a big fire in the motor. This is the last payment from the insurance, $178,000. So we can finish paying that off.
They cover that whole thing.
I think they did.
Okay.
This last item is the pay down of $300,000 in the sewer bond principal. This is the big $2.5 million sewer bond that's coming due as a balloon payment in 2024. So we're trying to pay some of that down so it doesn't hit us as hard.
Yep.
And that's all we've got.
Yep.
Okay, I'll take a motion to open a public hearing.
So moved.
Need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Glad you're awake.
Okay, roll call vote starting Council Christensen,
Aye.
Council Beecher,
Yes.
Council Carter,
Yes.
Council Prosgard.
Yes.
Council Hyatt. Okay, that motion carries. We'll open a public hearing. Please, if there's anyone here that would like to speak to us, please step to the mic and state your name. Speak clearly and try to limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. And your comments as to whether you agree or disagree with the information we've just been exposed to. And you could state new information, I guess, but don't repeat old information. Okay, not seeing anybody coming up, anybody online? Okay, I'll
close.
take a motion to.
Second.
Okay, motion a second. Is somebody going to second it?
We already did.
Oh, okay.
First and I second.
I didn't hear it. Council Hyatt.
Yeah.
Council Prosgard.
Yes.
Council Carter.
Yeah.
Council Beecher.
Yes.
Council Christensen.
Yes.
Okay, any council discussion on,
No.
okay, a motion?
Motion to approve amendments to the fiscal budget as presented 2021-22 budget.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion been seconded. Roll call votes. Council Christensen.
Yes.
Council Beecher.
Yes.
Council Carter.
Yes.
Council Prosgard.
Yes.
Council Hyatt. Okay, motion approved. Thank you.
You go to the RDA right now and do it because she's already presented it.
Yeah, well, you got to do this next one too, don't you, Kathy? We'll do that
Yeah.
while you're up. right?
Amendments to the fee
Number
schedule.
2. Okay, public hearing resolution amendments to Payson City fee schedule. Kathy.
Okay, here's the 2022-23. I apologize about that first slide. So basically, as we look, the first item is culinary water. And we've had a request to look at both 7% and 17%. So this is how it would look if we looked at both of those items. You can see the various rates there. We're going to show some comparisons to other cities, but we just wanted to add some caution slides. The first one is, this is only for informational purposes. We should probably set our rates to meet the needs of our enterprise funds, even if it doesn't really jive with other entities. And just a reminder, we do have an aging infrastructure and we have some pretty significant bonds and other capital needs coming up.
Just a thought there, a lot of the cities we try to compare to, we don't know what they're gonna raise their rates to.
Right.
So it's kind of our best picture right now. but
So it's their existing rates.
Yeah, things could change.
Okay.
And we have tried to survey. Dave sent it out to his management group. I've sent it out to the finance directors and Kim sent it out to the recorders. So we've tried to incorporate the information we do have, but some of the ones, that we understand, that we understand are going up quite high, include like Provo and stuff, and we couldn't get any numbers from them. So I wish we had that to offset or show. So, excuse me. Okay, so if we look at the city comparison for the water base rate, this is the 7% that we're suggesting. 17% would be a little bit higher in the range. If we look at the tiered comparison, and if, as you understand it, the tiers, sometimes cities implement tiers to help conserve water so that the higher usage, you bump into another tier. For Payson, we only have the 3 tiers, and that's kind of where we fall.
We have a little bit higher base rate if we raise that, but our tier rate's not as high.
So if we look at a comparison of 6,000 gallons for all the entities, we'd fall about in the middle. So we're not too far off. If we look at 17%, we're a little bit higher.
Definitely not
But-
the highest.
But that's with us changing our rates now. None of these cities have changed their
changed it.
rates yet. They're in the same process we are.
Right, right.
Some may and some may not. You just don't know which ones you're gonna raise.
And we are raising these rates right now, was my understanding, in order to get a better bond rating, in order to save us money in the long run for our sewer
On the
plant.
sewer rate, absolutely.
Okay,
And this could help on, future bond rating on the water as well.
well, I mean, somebody may request these meetings, and I just wanted to know that's why we're doing it. We're not out for a money grab here. We've got a very expensive project coming up.
I was gonna say, there's no money grab on the water either.
No, and it's no.
And really, the water department is the one department that consistently struggles.
Underfunded,
Yeah.
underfunded.
So if we look at the pressurized irrigation, we're kind of on the low end of the totem pole right now. And we're still trying to analyze and see how the new rates are going to affect the revenues.
Kurt, do you know anything?
We're not proposing any increase on the PI.
Right.
I can,
No.
I can tell you what we charge, and it's a lot more than that per acre foot.
We were gonna let this year go and see how the rates,
See how- yeah,
the metering went.
Yep. What kind of savings we can
Right.
garner
Okay.
too.
Sorry, I thought I skipped you. So here's the sewer rates. And as you remember, we're proposing 35%. And that's kind of what the rate would look like. And then we're going to bond and see how we do and see if we have to refine that number later on. As you know, interest rates are going up and the Fed's raised it significantly today. So we're a little apprehensive to see where our bonding rates are going to go.
And so it'd be roughly $49, right? It's 48.
For the
plus
base
change.
rate, yes.
Yeah, base rate.
I'm sorry. So
Okay.
here's our base rate that we're proposing is the $48. Again, we don't have good information from all the cities. These are just some of them that responded.
I know Provo's gonna have to raise theirs. They're gonna be way higher than us.
Theirs was higher when we went to the water board.
Yeah,
We just didn't have that.
they're looking at maybe $100 a month.
I knew that was gonna be that.
Yeah.
And I think Spanish Fork over the next 3 years will get well pretty significant.
Spanish Fork has to.
Yeah. So, like I say, these are current numbers that we could find, but some of them haven't raised the rates. And sewer is just a problem because most sewer plants have to be upgraded.
Yeah.
The next couple of years.
We just don't have a choice. We gotta be there.
So we're ahead of the curve, but anybody sitting in this room thinks that we're gonna end up there when this project's completed is nuts.
Yeah. Yep.
He just called me nuts. I did.
Think so.
Depending on where you're lying here.
Okay, so if we look at the tier comparison, we're actually pretty moderate compared to other tiers. Here's Spanish Fork's initial look at what they were going to raise their rates to. I don't know if they're going to end up there or where they're going to end up. And like the mayor said, Payson Provo has indicated that they're going to go much higher. So if we look at a 6,000 gallon comparison, we are high right now. And I think other cities are going to follow suit and kind of catch up. Storm drain. So we're looking at a small increase in storm drain, again, 7%.
All of the other utilities we proposed in 7%. That was nationwide. That was the inflation rate or the CPI consumer price index. In Utah, it was actually over 10%.
Yeah.
It's kind of gone down a little bit, it's right around 9%, but we just proposed the national CPI at 7% on everything except water and sewer.
So if we look at storm drain, again, we're kind of hovering right in the middle. We're not excessive in our storm drain at all. Power, again, 7%. And here's the outline of what we're proposing.
We rely a lot on irrigation.
We did not do a comparison of power. It just is what it is. So, so landfill, here's the rates again at 7% that we're proposing. And if you look at and I also noted on the next page, if you look at the rounded numbers, that's so that the folks down at the landfill can take cash at the landfill and they don't have to deal with change. So we just rounded on those numbers. The newest item here is the agriculture weight fee, and that's $3, just an entrance fee. It's not per ton or anything like that.
Very bottom line there.
Very bottom, sorry.
Agricultural weight fee, what do you mean?
So it's just a fee for agriculture that they hadn't charged before.
Oh, so like if I wanted to weigh my hay, I could run up there for $3. I'll weigh my hay.
No, it's not actually a weight fee. It's
what I'm
just a
wondering.
fee, an entrance fee. So that's probably misnamed. Yeah.
To dump what? That's what I'm confused about.
So if they have, I guess, corn stalks, I don't know what they would bring in.
Cherry pits.
Green waste?
Cherry pits from the
No,
cherry
it's,
pits.
yeah, just agriculture. Planning and zoning. So in the balance of the fees, we went to all the departments and had them look at their fees and see what they could refine. These are the ones that Development Services provided.
I'll just come up and make a general statement that these fees are, my intern did an analysis, obviously, and well within those limits, we especially looked at fees where we have to spend a lot of time.
Right.
Our applications take a lot of time, and rather than pass those on to the residents, those fees that we're charging should cover the bulk of that time and things like that. That's why you see the increases in annexation petitions and ordinance text amendments and general plan and all of those things that take a process of time. And I'll be the first to say they're really low, even with the increase. So
I question Robert quite a bit because all the time, this is a little bit of a hot topic with the auditors. You can't charge fees more than what it takes you to do your work. And so they really have their eye out on municipalities. And Robert assured me that, you know, they probably still don't cover our costs of doing the reviews, even with
Our increase just in salaries, wages.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were in the private sector, even just a low level person would be charging $100 an hour just to cover costs. So I'm sorry, you can do a general plan amendment in 5 hours.
Okay, we'll continue a little bit. Here's some more fees that we're proposing. Did you say morphine? That's in next year's budget. The sale of lots. This is Wes and Tracy's proposal for cemetery fees.
I can't afford to die.
Won't matter to you.
Yeah.
For the golf course, Tracy is just proposing, I should have said balls on there. It's buckets of balls, raising that just a little bit. And also the RV parking on holiday weekends, he's proposing increasing that $5.
I think that's totally,
probably next year, there'll be a fee increase for the green fees.
yeah.
They usually try to work with Springville, Spanish and Payson to kind of be consistent. It's not the same rate, but it's consistent. So
Yeah.
Tracy thought next year would be the time to do that.
I think the RV stuff, it's very, very.
37 a night's
good.
cheap.
Yeah, very cheap. I think.
So this is parks and open space. So all other parks, other than the ones listed, will be at the old rates. That's the ones under the current rate structure. But these are the rates that they're proposing for these specific parks. And recreation fees. These are the ones that Carl's
brand new
department
Brand new.
suggested. And here's a few more recreation fees. Just one note on the senior citizen fees, that's actually going down, and that is to meet the actual practice. And Tammy was a little upset when she found out that years ago, the fee had been raised and she didn't know about it, and she wants to protect that rate at $10 for the seniors. And that's it.
Hey, I'll accept a motion for opening a public hearing.
So moved.
Okay, roll call vote. Council Christensen,
Yes.
Council Beecher,
Yes.
Council Carter,
Yes.
Council Proscard,
Yes.
Council Hyatt.
Yeah.
Okay, same instructions as the previous public hearings. Please step to the mic, state your name, speak clearly. Time, be cognizant of your time, 3 minutes or less, whether you agree or disagree with the previous comments, and you can state new information, but don't repeat old. Okay. Doesn't look like anybody's here wanting to come up and speak. How about online? Okay. A motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Council, roll call, Council Hyatt,
Yeah.
Council Proscard,
Yes.
Council Carter,
Yes.
Council Beecher,
Yes.
and Council Christensen.
Yes.
Any discussion from the council?
I do.
Okay,
I'm the one that suggested, after playing with some numbers, the 17%. Yep. I just think we got, it's $2.12 more than the 7%. And that's the most underfunded department that we have. We're always robbing money to pay for something that broke, to
Yep.
fix it.
Yep.
And the reason we want to have a public hearing, give the public a chance to come in and talk about this, because we're having a truth and taxation hearing in August for the property tax. And we may get some people come, we may not, but we need to implement some of these fees to get moving. And we were proposing, I think, July 1st, when we were, was it August?
July 1st.
And in talking with Bob, I was a little concerned because when you have a public meeting on the truth of taxation and people come in and say, I'm concerned about the budgets and stuff like that, you say, well, we've already done it. So good luck, but having a public hearing like this allows people to come in and give comments, because we want to be transparent, and
Yep.
we're putting it out there that, look, we've got to, especially for the sewer and the water, is the sewer, we've got to go to bond as soon as we can, sometime this fall, and the water, we've got a lot of projects have to be done.
Jim, you can see our challenge, can't you?
Trying to pay the bills and we're not making it.
Yeah, and you're the only public, quote unquote, that we got here. Okay, sorry, Dave.
No, it's rough, because you see it in any business right now, costs keep going up, and even the power rates, the 7%. I mean, Brian's really concerned because we're losing a lot of coal-fired power, and the market's gone crazy right now, and
No water to run the hydro plant.
yeah, the water's down, and even the electric power, that we're encouraging all these electrical vehicles. And I think last year, even California said, don't plug your vehicles in.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna have.
You'll brown us out.
Brownouts.
Yeah.
So this year, I think, Brian, with what we have in place, I don't think we're gonna have an issue, but if things continue like this, costs are gonna go way up on power. So
Yeah.
we're just trying to make the best estimate of what we do for our residents.
Well, on the power, I'm scared to death going to meetings that we're gonna end up buying power on the spot market when they limit generation from hydro and coal. And buying power on the spot market is
Expensive.
Really.
double, triple
Yeah.
of what we're paying. So
We could always run our diesel powered generators, $6 a gallon.
Yeah. the cost of fuel.
well, at least off-road tax. We'll deduct that.
Even natural gas, the Mount Nebo plant, natural gas is crazy right now.
Yeah.
Everything's expensive.
I have taken time to talk to citizens about the proposed rates. And I have not had one negative comment on us needing to raise our rates from established citizens.
Especially the sewer. I've talked to a lot of people. I
Yep,
said,
I
hey,
have too,
prepare
man.
yourself. And they said, well, okay.
I'm cognizant and very concerned about fixed income people. Very much so. And I don't know how we soften that blow to them.
Well, our senior fees will be $10.
I know.
That went down $10.
You went up 5.
That's
Just
per
5.
year too. That's the best deal.
And
You guys are very comforting here.
And there is a small raise on Social Security each year.
But it's
too.
not- it
But it's
doesn't-
nothing to match. No, I understand that.
I don't know if we did the tentative budget, we did a comparison for the 7% was, and the 35% sewer was about $24 a month for a normal household.
Right.
With the 17%, it's probably $26.
That's all it is $2 and like 12 or 40 cents. I run the numbers on it before I proposed it. And it just gives them a little bit of money to fix a couple pipes that we just.
So are we proposing the water and what was the other one, the 17%?
Just the water.
Just what, 17% and 35, and then the rest 7%.
Yeah.
And then all those additional fees. Just for the
Yeah.
other departments.
Yeah.
So the motion would be, am I making that? I
Yes.
guess I would make
I'm
a
ready for a
motion
motion.
that we, what's the right word I want to use? That we approve the proposed rate fees with the inclusion of the 17% on the water, culinary water, and all other, as, let's see, the sewer is rated at 35. All other fees that have been presented to us as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call votes, starting with Council Christensen.
Yes.
Council Beecher,
Yes.
Council Carter,
Yes.
Council Prosgard.
Yes.
Council Hyatt.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Then we go to number 8, I think. Is that right? Yep. Is it? Yeah.
Back on page, Mayor.
Yep, we're back. Number 8, resolution commissioned painting agreement, which I think we need to do. Well, we've already okayed the.
We appropriated some money.
Appropriated money, but now we need
I
to.
think the mayor had talked to each of you. We had Dowdle, Art.
I think Kurt's probably the only one that needs to be brought up. on it.
Yeah, so Dowdle Art reached out and it was interesting because at my city manager conference back in April, I was golfing with Pleasant Grove city manager and he just out of the blue, he said, hey, have you heard what we did with Dowdle Art? And I said, no, I've never heard. And so they did a painting for Pleasant Grove City and they get input from the city council of what to put in that painting. And the painting's, pretty pricey, and then there's also a part to do the puzzle. And Dowdle's pretty famous nationwide for their puzzles, but they give the city the exclusive right to sell those puzzles for the first year. And Pleasant Grove said that they sold the puzzles for $25. And I think that's what Dowdle says. It costs you $12 to make them and you can sell it for 25. And he said that the residents of Pleasant Grove, they sold 3,000 in like 2 weeks. And that paid for their $75,000 to do the puzzle part. And anyway, I thought it was kind of a cool thing, but didn't think much of it. And I thought that might be interesting. And then about a month later, we get an email from Dowdle. I think it went out to all the cities saying, hey, we're trying to do this 200 city festival in 2 years, and we're trying to spotlight some cities. And so I reached out and they came and met with us. And I didn't know the cost until they came and met with us because the lady said, well, did Pleasant Grove tell you what the cost was? And I said, no. And she said, they could have sold it for you. but it seems like it's something that we could, it markets our city. And it also allows us to get our brand out there. And like I say, I think it's a little pricey, but when we talked to Dowdle, we kind of talked to him about Footloose and they had been trying to get Kevin Bacon on another piece. They said, I think we've got contact for him. And if we could maybe get him to support this puzzle as being Payson Footloose, that could help with sales too, and maybe they could sponsor some
They
of
want the
that.
mayor to write him a letter, which.
So
I'm
yeah, we're gonna draft a
totally
letter
stoked
and
to do.
they could get it to him. And we could maybe.
Somebody else will probably write it for me, but I've got to sign it.
Well, to me, this just generates another hometown.
Yep.
Feel. I remember when the quilt come out.
Yeah.
I don't know what entity sold that. Was it the Lions Club or somebody?
It wasn't actually a quilt.
No,
It was like a throw.
That
Mhm.
hanging.
It's that material you buy in
It's
Tijuana.
It's hanging in somewhere. I think, is it hanging in there
Buy
somewhere?
it in Tijuana.
Anyhow, what it's 75,000 for the artwork, 75,000 to buy the 6,000 puzzles. But they actually said that if we get Kevin Bacon to come, we ought to order at least 10,000 because we'd sell them out real quick. We've got these chairs that we could maybe get him.
Used to be here.
Right.
Is he gonna want a royalty?
Yeah.
We hope not.
Who's the other guy that was the council member?
John Lithgow.
Yeah, Riscow, reach out to him.
The preacher.
Yep. And then the thing that I think is really cool is we would like to do it in June. That's when we want to revisit our brand. And I mentioned to the film commission and they're totally on board with it. So we could have Payson City Film Commission and Dowdle all at the same time.
And the thing that we could do, because there's input from the council, so we can decide what goes in that painting. If you want to spotlight, say, a Rocky Mountain ATV for part of the puzzle, maybe they can help sponsor it. Or if and it's all up to us. I mean, he'll come with a basic concept of what he wants, but it's you guys that can decide. We want to spotlight whether it's the Payson Temple or Petite Need Academy or one of the businesses.
all of the above.
Or all the above.
Cherry orchards.
The
My
orchard.
folks
So
live in Brigham City and they had one done there. And I liked it.
And this is the last spot that they're going to have in Utah.
yeah, that's why I wanted to put it on the agenda, because I want to get it under contract and we'll pay it half of the painting. And then we'll work next year to finish it up and get going.
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve the resolution for you to sign the commissioned painting agreement with Dowdle Art.
Okay, I have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call votes. Council Hyatt.
Yeah.
Council Proscott.
Yes.
Council Carter.
Yes.
Council Beecher.
Yes.
Council Christensen.
Yes.
Okay. Number 9, resolution amendment to the Payson personnel policy on call. Dave?
We're just trying to normalize or unify all of the departments on what they get for on-call pay. And we had different departments getting different call, pay for being on call. We have to have certain departments on call. I looked at several other cities and what they do and tried to come up with a fair policy, and that's what you have in front of you.
Any council discussion? Don't sound like it.
Nope.
Motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the amendments to the Payson personnel policy for on-call workers.
A second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call. Council Christensen.
Yes.
Council Beecher.
Yes.
Council Carter.
Yes.
Council Proscott.
Yes.
Council Hyatt.
Hell, I'd vote for about anything right
I know.
now.
Okay. G, adjourn to redevelopment agency. I need a motion for that.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call vote. Council Hyatt. Council Proscott.
Yes.
Council Carter.
Yes.
Council Beecher.
Yes.
Council Christensen.
Yes.
Okay, we are in the adjourned.
You are no longer a council member, Kurt.
Yeah, you're
You're a director.
director.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Kathy, do we need to hear any more from you?
It's just what she presented
that's
before.
what
The
I
only
figured.
item in the budget discussion was the.
Then I'll accept a
Walgreens.
motion for a public hearing. Okay, Council Christensen.
Director.
Yeah, Director Christensen,
Aye.
Director Beecher, Director Carter,
Yes.
Director Proscott,
Yes.
Director Hyatt.
Yes.
Okay, public hearing, same instructions as prior in the meeting. Step to the mic, state your name,
They're gonna
speak.
try for more than 3 minutes. They got their own life.
Speak clearly, limit your time to 3 minutes or less, agree or disagree with previous comments. And you can state new information and don't repeat old information. Anybody here would like to take advantage of a public hearing? Anybody online? Same drill. Okay, I'll take a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Okay. Roll call vote, Council, Director Hyatt, Director,
Yes.
okay, Proscar, Director Carter,
Yes.
Director Beecher,
Yes.
Director Christensen.
So
Oh.
if you're not the mayor anymore, are you the commandant?
I guess it must be.
I call you Colonel Clink.
Oh, please don't call me Colonel Clint. Okay, go ahead.
It's late.
Call me Schultz. I'd rather be Schultz.
Schultz. Mayor, I'd make a motion, or director, let's see, what, chairman?
He's the chair, yeah.
I'm a chair.
We have to approve a resolution with that.
That's what I'm trying to do.
thought we already did that.
No, you just.
No.
Go.
I would make a motion that we approve the amendments to the fiscal year 2021-22 budget with the noted changes of. No,
No.
yeah, there was the 17. No, there was no changes.
As
No,
presented.
no change. It's
Yeah.
exactly what we did
That
before.
we approve the amendments to the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget.
Okay. Thirded.
We got a fourth and a fifth there?
Yeah. Okay, as directors, Director Christensen, roll call.
Yes.
Director Beecher,
Yes.
Director Carter,
Yes.
Director Proscar,
Yes.
and Director Hyatt. Okay,
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Nope.
from redevelopment.
Out of redevelopment with me. I
Okay,
told you that's. where
and
we're
there's a
at.
second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, I'm just gonna say, all in favor?
Bye.
Okay,
Okay, now don't do it. Don't do an adjournment yet.
well, we gotta do a close.
Two things. One's just a report before a report. Now that we've got a new council member in, we'd like to get a picture of this council.
And the old.
And then we didn't get a picture when Brian was in there, so we'll get Brian to come back and we'll do the old council and the new council.
Okay,
Just be aware, we're gonna try to set up a time and do both of those in the next little bit.
do you want to go in
We
close
need to go
session?
into a closed session for 5 minutes
Okay,
for the sale of property or for the purchase of
For the
property.
purchase of property. I'll second it.
Yes.
okay. Do I gotta go through
No.
all in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, Kim.
It's unanimous.
Yeah.
Okay, let's drop.